Ena, dva, ena, dva, tri. Kako se sliši to? Ena, dva, tri, dragi gostje. Danes se dobimo na srečanju v Bohinjski Bistrici. A je v redu? No, da je to malo rezervo. Bom šel pogledat, če imam v avtu, no, tako da pa bo pol tam naštimala. A je prav? Aha, aha, ok, dobro. Ena, dva, tri, štiri, pet, ja. Dragi gosti. Kako?
Test 1, 2, 3, test 1, 2, 3, test 1, 2, 3. Sad ne hoće. Mislim da se reći.
A misliš da bo to? Ne, se sliši se to v redu, mislim.
And test 1, 2, 3. We're here in Bohinj on the convention second one. Our head chief is Branko Raunik, and we're concluding last transformations of Bohinj.
Edin ne sme biti odkrit, ne? Bom pa prav, če direktno. Če je vsemo v avtu. Ne, če dela, no, se imamo čas.
What? Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We are starting our event. Welcome to welcome to everyone who has joined us today for a very important meeting discussing the issue of sustainable development of protected areas, protected nature areas. Abo? So it is imperative. Ena, dva, tri. A gre še Romana?
Sekund manj delaja, veš, jaz tam.
Ja.
Si sklopila?
Ja, tako je.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3, se slišimo? Na angleškem kanalu. I bid you a warm welcome. It gives me great pleasure that you are here. This is our second consultation held in Bohinj. This year, there are also so many visitors and attendees. Our halls are a bit smaller, hence we are happy that they are packed. At the beginning, a couple of pieces of technical information. The event today is being recorded. The consultation will be held both in the Slovenian as well as English languages. Next to you who are here with us live, we will also have live streaming. There is a video link. There are quite a few participants watching. They are passive, being the case that they can comment and put questions, and we will respond to these questions when we have a time for debate. As it was the case last year, this year we will also have Slido polls. We prepared a few questions dealing with current topics by different items, and we will ask you to present your opinion and to give us your answers. As for the agenda, there has been a slight change from the first version, which was prepared already last year. You know very well that many things have changed in the meantime. However, we are highly honored that we have many eminent guests who are the most relevant interlocutors when it comes to nature conservation, agriculture and tourism. You received substantive starting points when we send you an invitation, and they're also listed on the agenda. They are quite detailed, hence I propose that we begin. Our first speaker today is our host, director of the Bohinj Tourism, Klemen Langus, still a man with a very clear vision, determination to put it into practice. So please, Klemen, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's a very beautiful day today, isn't it, here in Bohinj? 20 years ago, we prepared a clear vision for Bohinj's development, consequently also of the whole biosphere region of the Alpine region. And the Festival of Alpine Flowers is our bedrock surrounding us when we build our future. 20 years ago, Ian Mitchell, who is with us, we wrote what we want to show, what are our objectives for this festival. Throughout the different conferences this year, last year, and in the past, we showed that we are here to stay. And we are creating a dialogue that is indispensable. We could also say, to the subtitle of the conference, a dialogue between tourism, agriculture, and nature conservation. These are burning issues of our modern world, and these are the issues in the modern world that we can only resolve through a dialogue if we listen to one another and if we are able to understand what we are saying. Hence, I'm very pleased, and I thank my colleague Brane for giving us a chance to be in the group of such eminent speakers, all of us who I believe are strong advocates of this dialogue. I wish you a very nice day, because it's already there. It's sunny in Bohinj, and I wish you a fruitful debate. Thank you. Thank you. This year we marked 100 years since the establishment of the Triglav National Park. We organize many events highlighting the importance of nature conservation. One of them is also our Festival of Alpine Flowers. Therefore, we will hear from the director of the Triglav National Park, public institution, Mr. Tit Potočnik, please. Thank you for giving me the floor. A warm welcome on my behalf as well. As we have heard already by Brane, Klemen Langus is a man with a vision. As you have heard, we are celebrating the 100th anniversary of the Triglav National Park. In other words, in the previous century, at the beginning, there were also people with a vision. On the 1st of July in 1924, They signed the lease contract to establish this nature conservation park, which was our predecessor. And this alpine conservation park was in the region of today's municipality of Bohinj. We had 7 tree-glove lakes, 1,400 hectares. And if we connect everything, not just nature conservation, but all other agricultural contents and contents related to culture, we can speak about the biosphere Julian Alps area. This is something that Clement has mentioned. It's about dialogue, collaboration and cooperation to reach common objectives. Hence, the Triglav National Park elaborated the Fractal project. We provided funding to organize this consultation and the Alpine Flower International Festival. And aided by Tourism Bohinj and the municipality of Bohinj, we will organize many surrounding events, and this extends beyond the biosphere of Julian Alps. This festival of Alpine Flowers speaks about green infrastructure related to our project, and this is the bedrock for biodiversity. I would like to thank all of you for coming here. I look forward to our consultation and our further collaboration, because the past 100 years yielded many important results. In the future, we will cooperate even further so that nature will stay as it is. It will bring many benefits for the people, nature, and those who come, our visitors. There are some results that we can extremely be proud of. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is our mayor of the municipality of Bohinj, Jože Sodja, who knows very well what we people coming here, local population and visitors need, and he is the one who materializes this. He walks the talk. Ladies and gentlemen, I bid you a warm welcome here at Bohinj, a locality where the beauty of nature intertwines with cultural heritage. Today, there are many eminent guests, as you have heard already, and I would like to bid them a very special welcome. Ms. Masha Kociper, State Secretary within the Cabinet of our Prime Minister, Wolfgang Bucher, Director General of the Agricultural Directorate and Development of Landscape within the European Commission, Franz Bogovic, MEP, Peter Schmidt, President of the NAT section within the European Economic and Social Committee, Uroš Beržan, member of the Slovenian Parliament, Roman Žveglič, president of the Chamber of Agriculture and Forestry. He is on the way because there are some traffic jams and he will join us a bit later. Then Tit Potočnik, director of the park, Dubravka Kalin, Director General of the Tourism Directorate within the Ministry of the Economy, Tourism and Sports. Then we have many professors from the biotechnical faculty, directors of many institutions, experts in the field of agriculture, nature conservation and tourism. They come from different institutions and organizations. With a warm welcome to all the farmers present here. Then also the NGO representatives, and last but not least, the media representatives. I bid you a warm welcome here at Bohinj. As for Bohinj, we have been known for many years as a tourist destination, attracting visitors with wonderful lakes, mountains, and unspoiled nature. Despite the fact, we cannot forget about our roots. In the past, agriculture in Bohinj was a prevalent activity. Our landscape, it was very difficult to manage, but we were well known for livestock and milk products processing. As for agriculture, it was the basis for many generations in Bohinj to survive. With the development of tourism, the role of agriculture has been diminished. There are many areas which were used for agriculture remains abandoned. There are pastures, plateaus, mountains, and they are overgrown now. They are being abandoned. Although we know that without agriculture we will not be viable. This is part of our identity and also culture. And this is the reason why over the past few years Bohinj started reflecting on the importance of agriculture. Our municipality in 2021 adopted a strategy on development of agriculture by 2030. Here we see many opportunities to join forces with tourism. Within the tourism Bohinj, we prepared a new project. We connect agricultural producers with tourism establishments and catering establishments. And this is something that was unique in the Slovenian area, and it yields very good results. Jointly, we can really achieve a lot. By preserving agriculture, by networking it with our tourism offering, we will provide for sustainable development within our municipality. As for our goal, in addition to enjoying natural beauties of Bohinj, our tourists should get to know our heritage of cultural heritage, taste our milk and be acquainted with traditional ways of producing food. We believe this is the right way to go. This will preserve our landscape, tradition and cultural heritage for future generations. The consultations such as ours today will help us to address challenges, to transpose good practice examples and to learn new things. Hence, thank you for your attendance and your support. I wish you a pleasant stay here at Bohinj and a lot of success in your work, in your endeavors and in decision making. Thank you. The Ministry of Natural Resources and Spatial Planning plays an important role when it comes to directing and adopting national policies in the area of nature conservation. Hence, I give the floor to State Secretary within the Cabinet of the Prime Minister, who is also responsible for the area of nature at this Ministry of Natural Resources and Spatial Planning. Ms. Masha Kociper, the floor is yours. Thank you for giving me the floor. I wish you a kind welcome on behalf of our government and particularly on behalf of the Ministry of Natural Resources and Spatial Planning. It's a great honor to be able to address you here at this extraordinary event. It is part of the Festival of Alpine Flowers, hence one thought. As we hear that hairs embellish women and flowers embellish and make our planet beautiful. Be it nature, be it God, they were created to bring us joy and our life is therefore more beautiful. But our beautiful planet, as we hear from experts, they warn us that it has sickness, it is ill. We have triple planetary crisis. The first, the crisis of climate, the crisis of pollution, and thirdly, decline in biodiversity. And what is the result of these crises? It is felt increasingly all over the world, also in Slovenia. Strange climate change phenomena, droughts, and then enormous floods, strange winds that were unknown in the past. Everything shows that there is a greater speed of change as we had envisaged. Hence, we need to react and act now in order to prevent future catastrophes and the damage for both the people and assets. As for our Ministry of Natural Resources and Spatial Planning, we have elaborated many measures. I will not waste your time in going into details, but we are close to European elections, and let me mention in this context that the European Union plays a very important role, not just with the Green Deal that is being respected and enforced in Slovenia, but also it has many other cohesion policies and funding aimed at nature conservation and sustainable development. We speak about protective and conservation areas. One thought, I've been traveling throughout the world and people approached me saying, "You come from Slovenia? You are the ones who have so many Nature 2000 protected sites. You are truly lucky. You are fortunate." One of the things that we are trying to do within the ministry to change our paradigm, saying that protected areas such as Natura 2000, there is nothing you can do. This is really not the case. Here we can combine nature conservation and protection, we can develop tourism, we can develop our local communities, but also the economy, of course, if we do it in the right way. And also agriculture. Agriculture can be developed if this is done in a sustainable manner, if we cooperate, if we go hand in hand with nature, it is being protected and preserved. In this way, we make it even more attractive and interesting for tourists and of course also for our local visitors. They also enjoy nature as those who come and visit us. By way of conclusion, on behalf of the Ministry and the government, let me assure you that our government really feels strong commitment to nature conservation, to preserve our natural environment, to develop it further, that we have better development in protected sites such as the Triglav National Park. Those of you who are small-scale stakeholders and the economy and other institutions, it depends on you which projects will be successfully implemented in practice. Hence, this area will be even more beautiful, greener and more attractive. Thank you, and I wish you a very nice event.
Thank you very much for your excellent thoughts. We are now starting with the first part of the presentations. We'll enjoy the view from the European perspective, and I'm convinced that all contributions coming up next will open up new insight into the policies for which we believe otherwise that we're aware of them quite well. We're truly honored to have the first person operating within the European Union in this sector. Dr. Wolfgang Butcher has amazing experience and he's aware of how to tackle them strategically. Distinguished Wolfgang, thank you so much, and the floor is yours.
This is a great moment to come in the month of May in a mountain area and to see alpine flowers, because I'm from a mountain area in Austria. In Brussels, I do not see much of these things, but it reminds me so many beautiful experiences of my life. When I hear alpine flowers, I think all about the beautiful songs which we have about Edelweiss, Enzian, Alpenrosen, Almrausch, Butterblumen. So I'm really happy to be here. But I'm also happy and pleased to be here for professional reasons, because what has brought you together here is exactly what the State Secretary has addressed. How can we ensure agricultural activities in compliance with sustainable objectives and goals? And this is a topic, and you have certainly experienced this, that keeps us very busy in Europe. How we will be able to combine, on the one hand, ensuring food security and a fair standard of living for farmers, while doing agriculture in a way that protects climate, environment, and biodiversity. And I think there is broad agreement amongst also the farmers, all stakeholders, that we have to ensure that agriculture is sustainable. Already of pure self-interest, as you have pointed out, climate change, loss of biodiversity, at the end will play against farmers. How should we produce food if there are droughts, if there are floods? So yes, we have to address it. But I think the element of contradiction, or where stakeholders do not agree, is the speed of change and the depth of change. And this is a very difficult situation on all governance levels, be it on local level, on regional level, on national level, on European level. What is the right balance, in our case in agriculture, to ensure a fair standard of living for farmers while doing agricultural activities in such a manner that it safeguards nature, climate, environment, which normally implies additional costs, because either you have less income or you have more investments to do. And I think, and this is why I appreciate that you have brought together here all the stakeholders, both from the environmental side, from the farmer side, from the tourism side. I think all of us really need to have this dialogue and to listen to each other. Because what I feel, and I see it in my daily work in the European Commission, everybody has his cahier de charge, his list of responsibilities. I am responsible for greenhouse gas emissions. The next one is responsible for biodiversity. I am responsible for a fair standard of living. All these are legitimate interests. It's all legitimate. I do not question any of these objectives. But how do we ensure that these things go together? And I think that is the big challenge. I think that our President von der Leyen has realized this already before the farmers' protests started, and she has already launched the idea of a dialogue, strategic dialogue on agriculture in September 2023. And I think what we see now from this dialogue in the European Union amongst 29 stakeholders, farmers, researchers, NGOs from the environmental side, but also processors, retailers, that this culture of listen to each other is important, but it is also working. So we are hopeful that this process that is expected to close somewhere in August, September, will give us some good guidance. But to come back on these three elements of sustainability: income side, security of food security, environment, climate, biodiversity, vibrant rural areas. I think in the last CAP reform, we have really well achieved this objective. Firstly, because we have left it to the member states to focus the support in those areas where, having regard to the specific situation in a country, they think they should focus the money. And it's evident that countries like Austria, like Slovenia, they focus a lot of support to mountain areas through, evidently, the direct payments, but also through the payments for areas with natural constraints and agro-environmental and agroecology measures. So I think we have gone in the right direction. 1/3 of the budget, I think for the years 23 to 27, we have about 300 million euros. 1/3, 100 billion euros, is exclusively dedicated to measures for environment, agro-environment, and agroecology. And I do not even talk about the conditionality. So I think, yes, depending on which side you are on, you might think this is enough or not enough. But I think we have progressed. But then we have seen the farmers' protests. And as a consequence of these farmers' protests, the European Commission has recently adjusted some of the elements of the policy. And I think the result is just published today or yesterday in the official journal. Now, there are complaints and arguments that the Commission is taking back some of the achievements in terms of greening the common agricultural policy. Let me share my personal views. When we have finished the CAP reform, I have not heard many praising of this CAP reform in terms of achieving green objectives. And for that reason, I'm sometimes surprised that if you look at some of these elements and you adjust them, there is a big outcry. If we feel that we are progressing in the right direction, we should also pronounce ourselves and accept that farmers at the end who have to do the job are advancing in the right direction. And I think often this is what farmers are missing, the recognition that they do and they are responsible. And the fact that over the last 10 years we have lost in Europe 3 million farmers, and that the average age of farmers is 57 years, is also talkative. I don't think that a job that is hugely attractive and where you make big money has such a performance. So I think we need to be aware of these things. And my plaidoyer is, let us recognize also where farmers do their work, that they try to achieve objectives. So yes, we have done some adjustments to the CAP reform, in particular for small farmers, I think, but also for something that is perceived by farmers as very bureaucratic, which is the so-called calendar farming. For good reasons, we in our funding rules, but also the member states, introduce deadlines. By X, by 15th of June, or before 15th of July, you should not cut the grass because the birds are still whatever in their nests and the flowers still need to disseminate. Fair enough. But if climate changes, if weather conditions are changing, you need to be flexible on such dates. So this calendar farming, which we have in all our rules for good reasons again, also requires some flexibility. So I think this is what we try to do, but I insist that the key elements of the greening of the common agricultural policy, which is in particular making available 100 billion euros for green measures, is maintained. So I think in that respect, the CAP, the reformed CAP, is still green. Now let me come to this perceived conflict, which also is very present in mountain areas, between agricultural activities and maintenance of nature. I personally think that, and this is also what the State Secretary has said, we must do the utmost that economic activities, agricultural activities, and nature conservation are compatible and complementary. I have been working when I was young in Vorarlberg, in the region of Vorarlberg, together with Tyrol, Italian, Swiss mountain areas in the so-called Arge Alp, Arbeitsgemeinschaft Alpenländer, and I think you have something similar here around. And there was always a conflict. There were the representatives of Munich from a big city who wanted to keep the alpine areas in their traditional shape. Do not touch the mountain areas. But there are people who are living there and they have to have economic activities. They would like to live there. They are not there only to be holiday resorts for somebody who is coming from the city. So I think we also have to accept that there are people who want to make a living out of where they were born and the areas they are loving. And I think this is the big challenge. Now, I think again our instruments which we provide with direct payments, with payments for areas of natural constraints, with compensation payments for eco-schemes, for agri-environmental measures, but also for payments for Natura 2000 areas where farmers are having additional constraints, should at least partly address these concerns. There is one thing where I must say I am particularly nervous, which is the discussion on livestock. There are people, if they see a cow, they only associate red meat, correlation with cancer, and methane emissions. Now I ask you, if you see a cattle here grazing, is this your association? Or do you see the positive externalities of having livestock? The beautiness of landscapes, the biodiversity they are creating, the potential for carbon sinks. Do we not also need to take into consideration these elements? And this brings me back to our compartmentalization of thoughts. If my only objective is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, kill all the cows, because then you have less greenhouse gases. But what is the consequence in terms of how our landscapes would look like? Biodiversity. I remember when I was young, and must have been 14 years, I went up probably a little bit later than now in mid of June to an alpine pasture. The snow had just disappeared. All the flowers that were there, but they were only on places where the animals have grazed last summer. In those areas where there was no grazing, I did not see one flower. So that is my perception of grazing and biodiversity. It might not be evidence-based, but sometimes anecdotal evidence is also very important. And that brings me, so I think to finish on livestock, I do not challenge that there are places in Europe where we have to look into intensive livestock, and we have to address it. But please let us do this in a very targeted manner. It is not because there is a greenhouse gas emission issue that everybody in Europe has to reduce in the same manner his livestock. There are places where there is too much, but there might be places where there is a good balance in terms of achieving all these objectives. So much on livestock. Still, because I think there are many researchers here. And I think it is very important that you raise your voice when it comes to biodiversity. We have committed, the European Union has committed that I think 10% of our funding, not only in agriculture, but across all the budget, which is 1 trillion, so 10% is 100 billion, should be dedicated to biodiversity. So if I ask you, and you are knowledgeable about our instruments, which we have in agriculture, direct payments, agroecology, eco-schemes, agro-environmental measures, payments for mountain areas. Which of these instruments contribute to biodiversity? And for me, the immediate natural choice is the payments, evidently the environmental payments, that goes without saying, the eco-schemes and the agro-environmental measures. But the next is payments for areas with natural constraints. Because if you would not have these payments, many of these mountain areas and the pastures would disappear. Now people might say, what does this matter? We will have forests there, and forests are also very important because it's carbon sinks. Fair enough. But would you have the tourism here if there is everywhere forest and no mountain pastures and no animals grazing? So, and biodiversity, because I'm not sure that the forests provide the same degree of biodiversity than an extensive mountain area. So we had a discussion on the contribution of our payments for natural areas with natural constraints on biodiversity. And then people tell me, no, but they are not contributing to biodiversity, because the purpose of these payments is to compensate farmers for natural advantages. Fair enough. But the result of all this is that there is more biodiversity. And now I come back to the researchers. I started to Google Scholar, mountain areas, biodiversity, agriculture. Then you have thousands of studies. The humblebees in Hintertupfing in a mountain area, more. Another study on this, another study on this. But what we really need, and I hope we can deliver, is that we can say that mountain pastures, mountain areas, alpine pastures, if they are entertained in a sustainable, extensive manner, really provide more biodiversity, both in terms of the species that are present, but also the number of these species that are present, than in other places of agriculture. And if this is the case, let us make meta-studies on these kind of things, which says across Europe, our experience is that there is a broader biodiversity than in conventional farming. I think this is an important message if we want to maintain these instruments. So I'm coming to a close. Maybe just some considerations for the future, because the Common Agricultural Policy, as you know, will be, as many other policies, subject to the next multi-financial framework that will be proposed in the first half of next year. And then the new CAP should be proposed. Now, I do not have a crystal ball of what is happening, but one thing I know, the issues that we will continue to discuss, one is the financing of the CAP. You know very well that 1/3 of the budget of the European Union is dedicated to the Common Agricultural Policy. There are many voices who feel that this is much too much. There are new challenges for Europe, and I think that is perfectly correct. If you look in terms of consequences of climate change, what does this imply in terms of climate adaptation, investments for climate adaptation? There is the discussion on defense. So I think this will be a very difficult discussions about the budgets for the future European Union. But in terms of substance and the Common Agricultural Policy, I think there are 2-3 issues which remain. The first point is, and I think that's also a point that is very important for Slovenia, is the fairness of the distribution of the payments. There is a feeling across many quarters that the direct payments are unfair because 20%, 80% of the funding goes to 20% of farmers, which are mainly very big farmers. So the fairness of the distribution will remain an issue. Also, I think we have done a lot already in this reform to shift funding from bigger farms to smaller farms. The second issue that will remain is the question of sustainability, ecological sustainability. The point which I have raised, what is the right balance in terms of farming, but also the requirements. Now there is a discussion, and maybe you have listened to this, our president has pronounced herself, and I think it's a very important discussion, and Mr. Bogovic has also experienced this in the European Parliament. There is a discussion, should we favor sustainable farming through incentives, which means that farmers who go beyond the legal requirements receive additional funding, or should we advance through regulation? And if you are advancing through regulation, as a general rule, you get no compensation. This is the law, you have to comply with the law. And I think what has caused some unrest in the stakeholders community was that over the last period, the European Commission, not necessarily in the Common Agricultural Policy, but in other policy areas, climate, health, environment, has come with regulatory approaches. Pesticides regulation, the nature restoration law, the emission directive, where the Commission proposed a regulatory approach. For good reasons, I do not question this, but this, I think, will be a challenge also for the future, to find out how much incentives, how much regulation. So I stop here. I think I have given, hopefully, you a good overview of what is going on. But again, I'm looking forward to this discussion, which is, again, a very difficult discussion. And I think all the positions are legitimate. But at the end, there is also a question of I should not say this because everybody argues that he's in full possession of this. In German, you say Hausverstand. That probably exists everywhere. But everybody pretends he has the Hausverstand and the other one does not have it. So I know this is a difficult discussion, but sometimes compromises and pragmatism is also necessary if you want to achieve policy objectives. I thank you very much, and I'm very carefully listening to the conference.
I believe this round of applause at the end really has shown everything. It speaks volumes about how excellent presentation we have just heard. Now I give the floor to Franz Bogovic. It is still what I have said already last year. It is still the truth. Now he's finishing his term in the European Parliament as an MEP. He strongly advocated that we should have good ambitions that should be realistic in terms of the Green Deal, and today he will speak about the way forward to achieve the Green Deal goals. Please, Franz, the floor is yours. I bid you a warm welcome and thank you very much that I'm able to address you at your second consultation here in Bohinj, in Bohinjska Bistrica, a gem of Slovenia. We really have heard a lot about this exceptional locality and destination. Also, that those of us come here at this halt who have different views, and I think this is added value and competitive edge of this consultation, that we don't preach to the choir, but that we confront views in this open debate. Maybe we correct our own views and learn something new. The head of the directorate gave an excellent presentation. He presented a brilliant overview. As we have agreed with Branko, I will also add another aspect of our Green Deal in terms of energy quite shortly, and then we will discuss agriculture and also what we say, how to make sure that we have coexistence, that we preserve nature, but we also I will really try to stick to 20 minutes available to me.
So this Green Deal is a political agenda, a priority of the European Union, which was set up for the mandate of the Parliament. It was set up with the objective by 2050. Well, we have discussed the issue.
This has shaken multilateralism in the world because of the war in Ukraine. In the past, something was acceptable. Fit for 55 package. Everything related to energy accounts for 70% of greenhouse emissions. This is the most comprehensive package, Fit for 55. It has the biggest impact on emissions in the EU. We know that this starting point is year 1990. the proposal of legislative package. We have 20 on 13 directives and regulations addressing different fields: residential policies, infrastructure for renewables, energy policies, also the European Social Fund. This just transition is something that was put in writing. This is our initial starting point. I believe this is one of the greatest challenges, because this is a highly complex transition in terms of funding. Maybe 10 to 15% of funding will be public, national, state, also European funding. Everything else will have to be provided, be it from the economy or also from individuals. It will be provided by individuals. And what was also our goal, to strengthen innovation and competitiveness of the European industry within this green transition with new industries, and also to impact other parts of the world, also in terms of taxation, carbon taxation. We have border adjustment mechanisms for that. This is one of the two measures. Our starting point in 2019 was this, that we realized that the EU reduced emissions by 23, but they were increased globally by 32%. Hence, for the biggest polluters, 27% in China, 17% in the US, and now we are close to 7 in the EU, and we are reducing the share of greenhouse gas emissions. There are limits as to how much the European Union can impact these changes. We cannot be alone. It's very important that other parts of the world join us in these endeavors if we are to address global challenges. If we reduce this in the European Union for livestock, of course, it will not be enough if we only do it, and we will not be able to address this climate crisis. And what has been done by us since the beginning until today, and in my opinion, this impacted the course and pace of the European Green Deal. Of course, we don't all agree here. Also in the European Parliament, there are disagreements, but I will present my own opinion and we can discuss this later. As for the COVID, it has created new conditions in Europe. We started addressing the issue of strategic sovereignty. All of a sudden, we see that 80% of different raw materials for pharmaceuticals that are produced and manufactured in Europe, we have everything in India or China, and we get these raw materials. Then a huge problem when it comes to chip. The automotive industry had huge problems. It almost collapsed. And then we had many documents to address these vulnerabilities and problems of Europe and to make this a green neutrality transition possible. I've listed a few documents where we had a dialogue and there were problems, there were heated debates. How realistic it is to achieve this in practice. The energy efficiency of buildings is another example. The experts estimated that we could have problems. We have current trends, 0.8% is renovated every year, and we should have 3% per year if we are to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and other emissions from buildings, which account for 40% of all emissions. And then there is a question in terms of labor force, in terms of materials, whether our people really have the possibility to invest 50,000 to 100,000 euro, and the scale that was envisaged. This has been withdrawn to penalize those who will not be able to do this. As for renewables, quickly, it has been shown that there is a problem and we need to address it realistically. The electricity grid is a problem. The North Sea, how about windmills, how to bring it in the area of South to the Central Europe. Then the Critical Resources Act, it was very soon placed on the agenda and we saw about this concentration. For all critical raw materials, China occupied 2/3, or maybe in some areas 75% of all raw materials, then there was another problem, because at the beginning of our term, nuclear energy for a long period of time was the energy that we didn't want to debate. It was rejected in different taxonomies in the EU. In my opinion, there is still a paradox in this directive on renewables. Those who don't achieve a certain percentage of renewables are sanctioned and penalized, although they have environment-friendly electricity. For example, the case in question, Germany, 400 grams per kilowatt hour of emissions compared to France. They have 10 times less. And yet, for 1 year, the European Commission demanded that France is penalized, although we know that they have 70% of nuclear energy in France and others are renewables. There were many heated debates by 2035 whether we should ban at the policy level what are technologies to be used in our cars, on roads. I advocated the approach to have this technological neutrality, given the trends, and they are fluctuating trends, to leave everything up to experts and professionals. It is not necessary to do everything by force. Sometimes it is very difficult to do. In Southeast Europe, if we compare this to Northwest Europe in terms of charging infrastructure, there are huge problems and gaps. And the European Union lost one of its showpieces when it comes to the automotive industry. We will have many problems in the future. Below, I listed different documents. They were adopted quite fast in order to respond. Different taxonomy on critical raw materials platform for strategic technologies, Net Zero Industry Act. I also prepared a report on small modular reactors for nuclear energy. It received a 2/3 majority. It was approved by the European Parliament. Now it is part of energy mix, then electricity market directive, that we need to have long-standing 20, 30-year agreements, that we won't have shocks as we witnessed them in the past. And now our strategy from farm to fork, the director put it nicely. First, we adopted the common agricultural policy, and then we developed different strategies which were presented. Also at the level of the EU. They were presented by the Commission, so that the Commissioner for Agriculture was not present. Those who are members of the Agriculture Committee were quite critical about this. I never questioned the objectives that are listed here, but what is a problem, how this implementation, how to get there is envisaged, and how to make sure that all these objectives are met. They are part of the strategy, but their period of implementation is within different regulations and directives. And then when it comes to the regulation, it is directly applicable. It has to be part of our legislation. Many of us felt that it might be a better idea to put this in directive so that member states have the possibility to decide on transposition. And I believe we didn't observe this a lot. I mentioned one regulation, and on behalf of the European People's Party, I was responsible for the sustainable use of pesticides regulation. I don't think the European Commission should determine that all protected areas has a complete ban for nature protection areas for the use of pesticides. Even those who are part of organic farming were initially banned. And then there are many other red tape burdens and bureaucracy. And it is interesting that this was the only regulation from the package from farm to fork strategy that was withdrawn, and also from the Green Deal. And then there are some dilemmas on the restoration and conservation of nature, because ministers have to bring life and put it into practice, and they know what this might mean in practice. Again, I'm not questioning the objectives of the Green Deal. I am fully aware that there is a need to fight, to struggle, and that the European Union has to do its share and has to contribute. But I think it is up to member states and experts to also have a say and then to do their job. This is the data that was mentioned by me, but also other agricultural experts. What would this mean for Slovenia? About 40% of all agricultural land would be effective. 45% of arable land, 23% of hop fields would be affected, 30% of vineyards, etc. And I also mentioned red tape, bureaucracy. We would have to put this in registers on a daily basis. If we speak about farmers, we have many old farmers, and hence this is another problem. Hence, I think we need to cut down on red tape. I welcome this approach, especially for small farms, and this has been adopted recently. And no environmental impact assessment, 6 months, and now at the end of the term, for the first time, we got this official information. European farmers reduced the use of pesticides by 33% over the past 5-year period. And then we have some other trends in EU agriculture. Farm Europe collected this data about what is happening to European agriculture over the past 20 years. Too often we hear that farmers just pollute, they don't do anything. The data, however, is quite telling. We are the only one in the global framework to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 8%. On the other hand, the use of pesticide over the 20-year period reduced by 43%. And then when it comes to the number of farms and farmers, numbers are even more drastic and negative. Reduction of farmers by 37%, also when we joined the European Union. And another piece of information, direct payments, direct aids, they are 31% lower per hectare. Of course, we have more hectares now because we had new EU member states with lower GDP. Therefore, this is a huge decrease in terms of direct aids, and also income per hectare. This reduced as well. And this is then the data that alert to the problem. And farmers have been alerting to this. Of all expenditure for European household goes to food, but farmers just get 3% and up to 1/4. I also mentioned other pressure in the light of environment, and therefore farmers protested. The director mentioned challenges of EU agriculture. This is one graphic showing about nitrogen from fertilizers per hectare, and there are some points in the northwest and also in Spain, in Italy, in France, where definitely we will have to do something. Those of us who have normal burden, 1 per hectare, means that we have organic fertilizers that are needed for fertile land. There are some second thoughts about reducing intensity for those who have huge problems because of nitrogen, and also this affects biodiversity. And what is typical over this 20-year period, now this northwest of Europe has the focus of agricultural production, and we are buying in the east and south. When it comes to the trade balance of the EU, often there is a reproach saying that Europe exports more than it imports, and we have a positive trade balance. But we have a positive balance because of cheese, meat products, wine, beer, whiskey, chocolate. All these are products. However, when it comes to soya, 3 million of tons in Europe out of 35,000 tons, then there is quickly a question: what could happen with our European model and self-supply if all of a sudden we won't be able to import soya? And now we have GSO more than 90%. So Ukraine is a problem. And as we said at the Committee of Agriculture, this is now being relocated even more to this part, to the country that is now soon to join the EU. I will quickly go through this slide. What is the comparison Slovenia and Austria trends in EU agriculture to reduce pesticides 2013 2021, 25% pesticide use less in Slovenia and 16% more in Austria. Hence, we need to be very precise when we speak about emissions as well. Reduction in Slovenia, not just how much we consume in household, 13% for food and 9% in Austria. This also shows that purchasing parity in Austria is better. Hence, 25% of organic farming is in line with consumption in Austria. In many European countries where this share of organic milk increased, there were problems during the COVID pandemic. There was a drop of sales, and they suffered a lot. And then there is also a problem of young farmers. Austria is well known to be almost best in class in Europe in terms of the share of young farmers. So this is a well-valued profession. 14 owners in Slovenia that are older than 55. So 14 older than 55 and 1 that is younger, and the ratio in Austria is very much different. 2 older than 55 and 1 those who are younger. 2, 1 and 14 versus 1. So Austria is well ahead. And then how to preserve agricultural production in areas being abandoned, such as hilly or mountain areas. I claim, and we will hear, that we don't support enough these regions. We need to provide more funding, targeted support, and targeted calls for proposals. When it comes to medium-sized and big farms, it's difficult to compete. Hence, within this financial perspective, we could have a change, as we mentioned, for mountain machinery, to tailor this to the needs of the farms, and to link this to our perspective. Farming and conservation of the cultural landscape, they must go hand in hand for centuries. This should be preserved. I don't want for municipal companies to preserve the environment. Farmers can do it better. And this organic production must not become a hunt for higher subsidies, which unfortunately is the case in Slovenia. We need to admit this and we need to address it. Objectives should be more organic production, more supply of organic food, and keeping up with demand by taking into account purchasing power. And a voluntary designation of areas with exclusive organic production. This destination offer that you have in Bohinj, also the area of Tolmin. This should be linked to tourism, direct sales, processing. So linking this destination management and offering, and also to strengthen complementary activities on farms. We should also focus on training. We should have local measures and policies. The Fund of Agricultural Land should be more active here, not only to manage state-owned land, but also private land. And then fair distribution of income along the chain. I see that my time is running out. Just quickly, as I have said, the future, increased focus on small farms and farms under less favored areas, then generational renewal, young farmers. Now I have to say that now I have passed on my farm to my son, so I walk the talk, reducing administrative and environmental burdens for farmers. We won't resolve everything with regulations, but also support. As for funding, we all need to be aware that the European budget is just 1% of our GDP. Those who think that the European budget can solve everything is wrong. 49% of spending. But currently, 0.3% of EU GNI is just for agriculture, and this is lower than NATO defense requirement, which is 2% of GNI. Hence, we cannot expect that the European Union will solve everything. We need to combine this with national approaches. What might be the impact of future EU enlargements? For example, Ukraine, Western Balkans, and then we need to be proactive if we have a crisis. Irrigation, hail protection mechanisms, and how to intervene in agricultural markets, more price controls, fair distribution of incomes along the value chain, and also to strengthen the directive on unfair trade practices. I believe Slovenia will have an excellent ombudsman of this chain, our Brane, and we will strengthen these activities even further. And then innovation. We will do this not with ideology or pressure. By the way, farmers have demonstrated this year with precise farming because there was not enough money, and this is how farmers will do. Digitization, another area, and what is of key importance, and we will have to do it. Finalize the capping of direct payments. During this term, 2 member states blocked this, and now we will need to do it in the next term. By way of conclusion, EU food security, it could be threatened again. We saw that energy and food could be weapons as well. The European Green Deal must go hand in hand with practice, innovations. We need to be an active co-creator of CAP in Slovenia as well. And I also try to cooperate and say that we need to speak with one voice. Different farmers, different types of farmers need to join forces. And also to strengthen this collaboration along the food supply chain. From farmers to consumers, and also we need to understand one another. I think this is of key importance, so that we will coexist and live together better and live in this beautiful landscape and eat one of the best food products, and Slovenia really has excellent food products. Thank you.
Thank you, Franzi. We are still within our timeline, so everything is okay. So the European Economic Social Committee is represented today by Peter Schmidt. By so, he is a representative of trade union. He is bound to follow a dialogue, and I'm strongly convinced that today many of you will enjoy a new horizon in line with food safety. The floor is yours.
Start first thanking for this invitation. Some of you might remember I was once already here in the room, but not in presence, unfortunately, via video last year. So we made a kind of a video cast in order to contribute to your conference. But let me start before we had already a comprehensive view on agriculture. So that's why what would remain for me to say, in addition what we heard before. But let me start first asking you how you manage this with this weather. So when you wake up here, then you have a nice weather. I guess this is a kind of paradise connection, what you have to different other spheres like this. Perhaps this has to do with that, what I have learned first when I start working with the Slovenian people, because I have learned this is the only country which has love in the name. So, and I thought, okay, if a country has love in the name, then you must have this possibility with this wire to a different sphere. Ladies and gentlemen, let me build on that what has been said, and before I would like to explain in a couple of words what the ESC, the European Economic and Social Committee, is about. The European Economic and Social Committee, normally I start saying this is a committee which is already built in the Roman treaties. We are set up and united in 3 groups: employers, trade unions, civil society groups like farmers, consumers, and so on. But we heard today already a couple of words saying we have to listen much more. Wolfgang, you said it. We have to listen to each other. We must have dialogue. We must talk to each other. And exactly this is the European Economic and Social Committee. Why? Because we have 329 members talking almost on a daily basis to each other and discuss exactly that is now presented in this day. So we, in the NAT section, together with Branko, so we discuss exactly what is the future, and let me get out of the agricultural point of view. Let me talk about food systems, rather saying we have to focus on agriculture. We already launched, 2016, an opinion, and this is what we are doing. We are making opinions in order to ask for a comprehensive food policy in Europe, 2016. When we launched this process, people joined this meeting, and I said, my God, colleagues from your DGs, the different DGs, and you talked about the different fragmentation in the Commission. And exactly in this moment, we developed an idea how a food policy could look like. And why is it necessary having a food policy? Because exactly what the Director General has said. Our problem, what we have in policy making, is that we think and we are acting in silos. DG Agri is acting, DG Santé is acting, DG Energy is acting. And that's why we said what we need is a food policy which is comprising all other food policy. And as we stick only to agriculture, then we lose one important point what was not addressed. It was addressed in one of your slides, but not explicitly. And we are desperately really try to get and to discuss with the Commission strongly and say why you don't address more one important point in the food policy, why we are in this situation for farmers where we are. And that's the imbalance of power. So if we look only in the agri-sector, then the farmers have to deal with the results. And it's, in the end of the day, to be honest, it's all about a decent price for farmers. And we don't have a decent price for farmers. Even if farmers are getting more sometimes than others in the organic production, for instance. Or here, when tourists are coming, they spend a bit more than normally if they go to Lidl, Aldi, or to the others. But in the end of the day, it is not that farmers can live from their daily work, what they are doing 7 days. And I say this as a trade unionist. 7 days, sometimes 12, 14, 16, or even more hours. So, and the question is what we have to really address and to ask, why do farmers not get a decent price for that what they are doing at the daily level? And there's a reason, ladies and gentlemen. And as I said, unfortunately, this reason is not well addressed. Okay, you might find here in this region, this is not that close as we have it in other regions. We saw from the Member of Parliament one slide where we had the different intensive farming. And I come from Germany. I can tell you, this is an environment which you do not find that much. I was grown up in the south of Bavaria. I feel like at home here. No? So if I see this, this is super similar to that. And I also was grown up on a farm. I know what it means to live in an environment which we consider as an intact and well-functioning environment, protecting biodiversity. Fully share your point, Wolfgang, on this, and all other aspects what you appreciate. But nevertheless, you don't get a decent price for the work what you're doing. You can't get rich. You survive. But you only survive because we have a common agriculture policy. But some of you don't even get something out of the common agriculture policy. So that's why the question is, why is it not possible that we have a food supply chain where everyone in this food supply chain gets their decent and the correct share in this supply chain? And this has simply to do with the fact that we have an imbalance of power within the food supply chain. So, and it starts not with the farmers. So the farmers say, no, no, we are greedy. We don't sell our products. We do not give it for the rest of the world to be fed, because farmers are feeding the world. We always have to remind ourselves that this is the backbone of our life, because we need food. We do not need smartphones. We do not need, in the end, a car. We do not need these kinds of things, but we need food. But the ones producing cars, the ones producing this kind of devices, they survive well. They have a decent price for that, what they get. So, and that's why we have to address the problem as from the imbalance within the food supply chain. And let me build on this, because I think this is one of the key elements what we are missing in the policy making. I know it's not easy. No? I know that this is not that we just come with a position. And of course, we have MEPs, we have quite a lot of lobbying. No? So, not blaming that, but just that we see how this is working. I guess 74%, you can look at the so-called transparency register of the contacts of the Commission are business contacts. It's not contacts with the farmers, with other civil society actors. This is business contacts. So, and when we look, for instance, to make it in a way clear that we understand what we are talking about, when we got the farm to fork, on which we have been very happy, when we made this own initiative opinion on comprehensive food policy for Europe, I consider this as a kind of an idea giver, as a kind of blueprint for the Commission in order to facilitate the process. And you said you don't contest the objectives. So the same in the European Economic and Social Committee. But just to see how different policy making is working, while we had kind of an obligation in the farm to fork for farmers, 50% reducing fertilizers, artificial fertilizers, 50% pesticides, 25% organic production, all that, what we saw at the slide, where was, in the end of the period, mandatory. It was clear, this has to be done for farmers to get there. But what was for the rest of the supply chain? What was the rest of the supply chain in order to force them to get these targets made in the farm to fork? I explained that in a way to understand that some groups are stronger than others, obviously, because the processing sector, and I know what I'm talking about. I was now, in the end of my professional career, I'm a trade unionist in the food sector, because for you it doesn't say too much, but when I say this in another environment, like in Brussels or even in Munich or in other cities, and say, my original profession was cheesemaker, so I see you know that. Normally the people say, wow, So there's nothing really special. It is something grounded in a way. That's why I know what processing means. But the processing sector was not at all obliged to reach these objectives built on the farm to fork. What happened? They made a kind of code of conduct. They were quite smart. It was not Commission's idea, no. It was the idea of the industry. They said, no, we're going to go for voluntarily approaches, and it means we pledge we're gonna go along with this target. So the Commission said, I know it was not the DG Agri, and the Commission said, yeah, okay, we do not want to regulate too much, no? Bracket open, except for the farmers, close the brackets. And then they made a code of conduct where they made the pledges, yeah, we're gonna follow this, all these targets, what is in the farm to fork. But there's no monitoring and there's no obligatory mechanism which leads to this. What is happening in the retail sector? You know, all the big retailers, what is happening with them? Why are they not obliged to take, for instance, to a certain extent, organic products? Or for the processors saying, okay, so you have to put into your ingredients an increasing amount of organic products in a way. They were not obliged to do this, but the farmers are obliged to do. So why I'm saying this? Because this shows that we have a huge difference in policy making. First point. Second point is talking about money. Fair enough that we have the common agricultural policy. But here, let me put one criticism on it, because I think we should keep it. So it's not that I say we have to reduce this. So the opposite, we must increase it. Not only because of the points what you mentioned, Ukraine. If we come with the Ukraine enlargement, so what do we have? We'll have about 50% more on arable land what we already have now in Europe. So imagine 50% only Ukraine, common agriculture policy. So we will have an increase of 50% of the budget only because of this? Is anyone really thinking this will come? No, I don't think. So that means we must have, as you said, fully agree, now start a debate what must be done with the money what we have in the common agricultural policy. So, and that brings me to the question, what is to be done in order to see what is happening within the food supply chain and to make the food supply chain not only resilient, because we haven't resilience, no? Because I do not know any country in Europe which had empty shelves in the supermarket during the COVID. In Germany, we had empty shelves on toilet paper, but that's another story. But farmers went every day out and delivered food. Is something on stressing, because I'm always the stress of the technicians because of the mic. So, but the main problem is not addressed, and the main problem is, and you know what now is coming. You know that what I'm always mentioning here, and I will never give up on this, is the problem of the food supply chain money-making process. And I know in a society in which we are, that we believe in a market economy, we believe in all this, what we think is the right way to go, is that we let big companies, we let big multinational making their money without any contesting that they are making money on the expense of farmers, on consumers, and on workers. I'll give you a couple of examples. And I'm not really happy with the Parliament, for instance, with the Agri Committee, because you just focus always on Agri, less on the following problems within the food supply chain. So has anyone an idea what the big multinationals have on profit on the turnover, not on the capital investment, on the turnover? Anyone an idea? I mean, if you have a look, farmers, the profit on the turnover is it's marginal, as we know. We have big players, as you know all them. There's not need to mention. Go through the supermarket, close the eyes, then you have all the brands in it. They run about 20% profit on turnover, and this is not contested. I don't know any paper from the Commission. I don't know any paper from the Parliament where this point is as a one key problem identified in order to come to a fairer supply chain in the food supply chain. And that's a problem. Because we give the impression through the common agriculture policy, and I know what happened in Germany. Germany was the country where the farmers' protest started in the end of the last year. I mean, it was a stupid policy. I don't want to talk about Germany here in Slovenia, but it was simply stupid to cut from one day to the other subsidy for farmers, which meant 1 billion for German farmers. 1 billion less, without any giving and support, or to say them, okay, we do not give you any longer a subsidy for the diesel, but here we provide you tractors which have a huge range on electric working possibilities. It's simply not possible. We don't have tractors where you have in the field 12 hours to work on the field on this. But this is simply stupid. But we give the impression with the subsidies that there is not enough money in the food supply chain. And this is simply wrong. There is enough money in the supply chain. A second important point is, and is also not addressed enough, is food speculation. The spiking prices after the Ukraine war was not coming out of the blue that someone said, oh, now we have, it's clear, we have a war, we have a crisis, that we have spiking prices. This is not the case. We in the ESC, we launched a process. We said we want to have an opinion on the food speculation. And we talked to the Commission, we talked to the colleagues in the Parliament, we talked to different member states and said, perhaps there's an issue, but we must have a look at it. And the reply of the Commission, also by the way from the FAO, was, Mr. Schmidt, we do not know that now. In 2 years or 3 years' time, we will detect whether there was a misuse of the system which we have. Now we know there was a misuse. Because we have just 5 big players in the world are controlling the food commodities trade. 5 big players in the world are controlling the food commodity trade in the world. They're easy to remember. It's A, B, C, C, D. Archer, Bunge, Cargill, then it's a Chinese one, and Dreyfus. And if we look at this, I don't know why this inequality within this food supply chain is not properly addressed. Why farmers go to the street, and we fully support them, but why farmers go to the street and say, for instance, get rid of the Green Deal, which was wrong, to tell you my personal opinion, because the Green Deal didn't arrive at the farming level. No? We have to see that. But saying, get rid of the Green Deal because we want to have higher prices, we want to have less burden. Ladies and gentlemen, we should build an alliance within the food supply chain for all the ones being deprived by these big companies who are grabbing the money out of the food supply chain. And coming back to the common agriculture policy means we give the impression that the taxpayer has to pay for farmers not losing their livelihood, which is fair enough, which is necessary. And I say this here, we need even more money. Why we do need even more money for this? When we have to all make this transition, you don't have to make too many transitions here in Slovenia. So, because I know from the past the same, that I was grown up in these areas where we had, grassland with flowers and all, and they were built with the cows, with the cattle, not against the cattle. That's clear. But we must accept and understand that the future of the agri-policy is not an endless and infinite growth. We can't grow. How you want to grow in this area? What does it mean when we talk about growth? This is not the right way, because it goes on the expense of the planet. It goes on the expense of your nice valley here, if you think our future is the growth. And that's another criticism which I have, that we all think the growth is, in the end of the day, that what we all must have, because then we get wealth and then we all feel well. Sorry, we must change our attitude. We can't go ahead as we are doing. And it's not the agriculture sector what we have to focus too much. Also another aspect. But here talking about the food sector. So that's why I do not understand that we do not get to a change of policies. I understand, of course, because I started saying, how much time do I have, by the way? I have still time? You know, it's always a risk, so don't give a trade unionist the mic, then you're lost in the end of the day. So, 15 minutes still? I got it. I got it. So, when I said in the beginning, and you know, my list is still full, but I'm still in the introductory phase. It is the question of the food supply chain. And since we have the situation that in all member states, by the way, and at the European level, we have this fragmented situation. And that means this, nowhere I see this. It's getting better, but it's not yet there where we had to get. Is that this policy making is not really interconnected and interlinked. We would have had a program which would help us. This would be, for instance, from the United Nations 2015 launched program, the Agenda 2030 with the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. If we would take these Sustainable Development Goals and if we would go along and organize policy making about this, for instance, zero hunger, which is linked to the agriculture system, no poverty, it's linked to the agri-system, clean water is linked to the agri-food system. If we would take this and make policies along this, then we could address as well these problems. But let me come on a proposal again. We are quite desperate. Because in the opinion 2016, we made a proposal how we could organize the European food system differently. And we proposed having so-called food policy councils. Starting at the European level, go to the national level, to the regional and local level. So what you're doing here today is a kind of this, what we are proposing. But we would like to see it more institutionalized, not with a bureaucratic background. Just pulling together the actors within the food supply chain, whether this is the retailer, whether these are the municipalities, whether these are the schools, because we have to teach our children what is good food and what is a good environment. We have to pull together the processors, the farmers, and scientists in order to shape local and also European food policy and food chains, which brings more equality into the food chain. So when I look here, I find this already quite a kind of an ideal model where all actors, restaurants, farmers, and market is coming together and it is delivering in short supply chains the food. This is the future. The long supply chains, we see that. Once we have a crisis, it's immediately interrupted. This is not what we can aim for. We must organize a food sovereignty which is based on the local food production. If we don't do that, we will always be dependent on bigger players because they think they can manage this in a way only on their own pocket. And that's why the strategic dialogue in the European level is a good moment to bring all actors together. By the way, would have seen that we could join on this. But we met already, you know that, we met already Mr. Strohschneider, he's the president, and perhaps it's also for us the way to go into this and tell him what the ESC, the European Economic and Social Committee, is working about. And you said we have a good really advocate here. Together with Branko, we made already an opinion. I made two, and the last one we did together. Branko was a rapporteur on the unfair trading practices. Here, first time after years, the Commission did really what was excellent, not perfect, because it's Commission. Otherwise, no, if they would talk to us much more, to the ESC, then we would have closing the link to being perfect in the end of the day. But okay. But let's work on it. Let's work on the implementation of this UTP, because this is a moment where we can close the gap in order to address the inequalities within the food supply chain. As I said, I'm still in the introductory mode. Let me close with one point, what you said, Wolfgang, on this, what people see once they see a cow. Right? They come with negative points. And here I want to close. In the 90s, there was a survey under young people where milk is coming from in Germany. You know the result, right? Because people living in cities, there were two outcomes of the survey. The adults said, yeah, milk is clear, milk is coming from Tetra Pak. And the second outcome was, from young people, for kids, they said, milk is coming from purple cows. So far, thank you very much, and have a nice day.
Peter, hvala lepa.
Thank you very much. On the agenda, we were supposed to have one other piece. There have been long agreements and consultations with Professor Alessandra Priantre. She had other engagements, hence we decided that she will film a video recording, yet there was some technical difficulties. We haven't received it, hence we will end this section. Therefore, we didn't shorten our lectures because we are still within the time frame envisaged. Before we proceed with a very interesting debate, I am convinced that you will have plenty of comments and especially many questions. I would now like to invite some other guests to deliver their addresses. First, a member of the parliament. Uroš, please, the floor is yours. And later, if anybody else wishes to address us, please tell me, and I will make sure that you deliver your addresses. And then we will have some Slido polls. We prepared some questions. And then also live, I will ask my colleagues to bring in the mics, and you will have the opportunity to put the questions or present your comments. First, Uroš. Uroš last year was also the minister when we had our consultation last year. I think it's very important that we continue with this tradition and that we continue with his presence and his address at our consultation. So please, Uroš, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Branko, for giving me the floor. A warm welcome to all. Congratulations for organizing this second consultation and to provide us with an extraordinary overview. This is what we got, insight into European policies, especially when it comes to agriculture. I think it opens our eyes. It's an eye-opener. We also had a trade union perspective. DJ Agri Director General presented an exceptional overview, also Franz Bogovic. A very thorough analysis. You presented what has been happening in this field as well. As for me, I would like to address another topic. Let me go outside and let's go beyond agriculture. Let's go to tourism and Socha River. I have to say that Slovenia has two monuments, memorials, when it comes to management and also when it comes to nature protection and conservation. The first one is the Triglav National Park. We are here today in the Triglav National Park. This year it celebrates its 100th anniversary. And then we have another monument and beauty of nature, and the state of Slovenia also has a legal framework on how to protect the area, and this is the Socha River. Since 1976, we adopted the act to protect the Socha Valley and the river Socha. Over the past few years, or as we speak, in my opinion, the Socha River has seen some developments that are not in line with what the society has recognized to this area and the river. It stated that this is one of our elements of nature conservation and protection, which is a role model, not only in the state of Slovenia, it also is beyond our borders, this role model, and something that we should be proud of. In the past, when I served as the mayor, we had many debates, and the topic was how to have this navigation regime, how to have parking along the river, how to provide for nature conservation, at the same time also allowing for development. This was in 2016, where all 3 municipalities in this Soča River decided to adopt a local decree. For the Soča River, we had our national or regional policy determining how we will do this and how we will manage the area, especially when it comes to navigation. How we will have other tourism operators, such as fishermen. Then about the Nature Conservation Institute, what will they do, which conditions they will impose, how about the Water Agency and their policies. And what happened this year, we got 3 different approaches. 1 river, yet 3 municipalities with 3 different decrees and 3 different regimes and schemes. In my opinion, this is not acceptable. It is worrying. It is a cause of concern. And what is the consequence of this? We have a constitutional complaint which was filed in relation to these decrees. 3 weeks ago, I was driving along the valley from Tolmin to Soča, and I was observing what is happening. On one section, in the area of Kobarit, there is nothing. There was a standstill. I didn't see any boats that would enter the river, the Soča River. Once I came to the Bovec region, where we have an old decree in force, there was a lot of dynamics. Many people going to the river. And that there was another factor which was observed, what some influential kayak athletes tell me, that the part of this kayak community started to boycott one segment of this Soča Valley. At one point in time, Soča was a role model when it comes to cohesion and good cooperation between nature conservation and destination management. Now, however, it turned into something that in terms of European or global trends is a poor practice example. Hence, I would like to thank our organizers today for enabling us to say this in public, out loud. I believe this could also be the beginning to launch a dialogue. Our starting point undoubtedly should be that nature conservation and also to create conditions for high-quality living is something that local population deserves. And this objective should be put at this level. There are some basic elements that I would like to highlight here. First, carrying capacity of nature and river. In August, 65% of traffic takes place at the Soča River. Then June to September are also very busy months. There are many good practice examples with my colleagues from the Ministry of Natural Resources and Spatial Planning. We also presented some proposals. Then in Triglav National Park, there are 2 areas, Fraterca and Predelnica, where we limited access. I think this is also a way to go. And this is also the way forward for the Soča River area. And also some limitations. If we want that the Soča River remains a role model for the future as well, in my opinion, we will have to undertake additional measures. As for tourism, certainly we will also have to address this. The motto of the European Union, free flow of services, how to integrate this to protect our nature, how to combine both approaches for freedoms. One possible solution, which we witnessed in the past as well, in cooperation with the Ministry of the Economy, was that we introduce minimum standards and conditions. Those economic operators will have to comply with these minimum conditions if they are to undertake their economic activities in the Socha River region. This is important for tourism, but also for nature conservation. In this way, in my opinion, we could include all the stakeholders. We would have good navigation regimes, and also parking facilities will be provided, and we will have the same solution across free municipalities and not to have individual regimes, competing regimes, because this is a problem. And then there is another question that could be posed. What is the organization form that is suitable to manage the river? From the perspective that we have included under one roof all the stakeholders, be it national, local, and also other stakeholders, including the civil society, the most suitable form is to have the landscape park. This could also be done within the tourism of the Socha River. This was one of the initiatives of the past. Also, we can have intermunicipal administration, as is the case today. A dialogue should lead to this joint common regime for all free municipalities. What is missing currently? What is this missing link to get there? Certainly collaboration and cooperation and similar understanding of this problem. On the other side of the Primorska, the Triglav National Park and the Socha Valley, there are many people who feel excluded from this debate. I believe that municipalities will find enough wisdom so that these people are invited as well on board to collaborate, because this is the only way how we can arrive at a solution that the Socha River remains a good practice example in terms of management, which was the case in the past. This goes for tourism, but also nature management. So much from me. Thank you, Branko, again. Thank you, dear organizers. And thank you, all of you who have presented an exceptional outlook. I overstepped or surpassed this framework because I believe this example of the Socha River is one of the challenges that we are facing in Slovenia as we speak. I believe that we will be able to resolve this, maybe also with the help of our debate today or in the future, and we will be able to come up with a good solution. By way of conclusion, just one sentence. What are these protected areas? I believe this is our heritage. Our future generation will be grateful if we preserve this. Thank you.
All right, let us move on to Slido. You are invited to scan QR code. So we have two questions for you. The first question is on screen. Well, we were creating these questions before we heard everything from the speakers, but I believe they reflect really well what has already been said. So the question is, do the current instruments at the level of the EU suffice, or would they need to be improved, or do we need a new approach, a new reform? Comprehensive reform that can never be short-term, this is quite clear. But do you believe we need a new process? So let us see your answers. Number one option is all-encompassing reform, focusing on sustainable food systems. And the second one is we need to improve the existing instruments of CAP and other policies. I better not comment anything for now. I suggest that we conclude. I believe that there is a picture that we can see. I see Emil Eriavets at the back. Thank you, Emil. We agreed that he will come up with a summary of everything that we are doing today at the end of the event, and I believe that you are going to include this in your conclusions. So the second question, you need to rank things. So Angé, please, can we see what is coming up next? We discussed biotic diversity extensively. We discussed different approaches. The director said that this is one of the key questions of the future agricultural policy, where we'll need to clarify things conceptually. And one of the questions on screen is how to address our approach to reaching our objectives. I believe that in this room, the way I can see from the look on your face, you are all experts who need no further explanation to what it means, a specific form of support, but it will be very interesting to see the results as such. So the question is, what, in your opinion, how could we most effectively and efficiently reach the objectives of green transition in the field of biotic diversity? So you need to rank, people needed to rank the importance. The first one is by focusing on results, and then supporting and reaching compliance, and then obligatory demands, which would be a regime. This would be at the end. So practically, we just have a pilot implementation of these principles, and we are talking about extremely complex control systems reaching the best results. And I have to say that I'm not surprised. I personally believe that we do not have sufficient knowledge about what such an approach means and what it brings. And this is the only right approach. Okay, so we are concluding this part of the event, and I'm opening the floor to you. Would you please introduce yourself first? I come from Biotechnical Center NACLO. I am an expert in the project office. I wish to express my opinion according to what we heard today. The Biotechnical Center NACLO has been really working on the topics that were mentioned. This means knowledge transfer. Exactly what we were hearing today about sustainable development, biotic diversity, support to vulnerable groups like women, for example, or the elderly living in rural areas. So we are truly striving for knowledge transfer so that knowledge is transferred to the youth. And there are many of you here who do the same. I would like to let the policymakers know that you can look at us, schools, and those who transfer knowledge, and you can support us when addressing this topic. just as the gentleman put it really well, some transfer, some initiative and encouragement to the youth so that they think about those things, so that we try to submit the message to the youth is important. So this is my message to you. I would like to explain that we are utilizing European projects, Erasmus+, the centralized projects, exchange projects in order to achieve that goal. And we're truly proud of what we are doing. Thank you so much. I did not understand this as a question. It was rather a comment. So we can move on. Thank you very much. My name is Martin Schuler. I can say that I'm somewhat an expert about the protected area. First of all, a comment to the question about how preservation of biodiversity can be achieved within green transition. I really liked us to vote for the result orientation. This is the only right way to go. And I can tell you that within the network of parks in the Alps, there was a study made in cooperation with the Secretariat General of Alpine Convention about alpine parks in 2030. And how can we ensure the preservation, in other words, the status of biodiversity, or even improve it through the green transition? And the result was good, only in the sense of having sufficient areas that are protected. Nevertheless, we'll need to be more exact and more efficient in implementation of the measures to preserve biodiversity. With the result orientation, we can reach figures and specific areas where diversity will be preserved. Just one more thing to add to the presentation of Uroš Brežan, a colleague who would like to see a better management of Soča River through status of a park. It is a fact that the park as such should never be just a mere tool to implement a regime, but a protected nature area must have professional expertise in the background, and there are a number of arguments and attributes in order to declare that. Nevertheless, at the end of the day, the protected nature element can be an instrument for, first of all, better management, and second of all, for better protection of the river Soča. So I'm in favor of the Soča River to be declared as a park, but just to manage it much, much better. Thank you. Thank you. So, nor was this a question, and now I'm waiting for somebody from agricultural sphere. Stane. My name is Stane Bergant. I come from the trade union of the farmers of Slovenia. Let me ask a question. Talking about green transition, about this opposing policies. Green transition, nothing wrong about it. Nature protection, all of it is great. Nevertheless, the policy, in other words, the strategy of enlarging of agricultural policy, when we talk about animal welfare and everything connected with that, is connected with grazing as well. And this policy of enlarging the areas for wild beasts is pushing our cattle back into the stables. When we see that we are not protecting animals against the wild beasts is quite problematic, and this is quite a contradiction. The two policies of the EU do not go hand in hand. We know that this policy of enlarging the areas for wild beasts is damaging biodiversity, and it has a negative impact on the population for sure. And as the second part of my question, let me put it this way. This Article 71 of Slovenian Constitution especially has a provision on the protection of the population in high mountain areas. And the Constitution says that these people should be given additional special care. Slovenia is also a signatory of the Alpine Convention, within which there is a special memorandum on agriculture addressing this alpine agriculture, and it is obligatory for the signatories, and Slovenia is one, about that. So these strategies of spreading wild animals directly violate Article 71 of the Constitution and the Alpine Convention in the part of the Memorandum for Alpine Agriculture. So how can this be resolved? I believe that cohabitation with wild beasts in alpine areas is not possible, and this is where there will be a war with hedges, with dogs, minding the cattle, with fences and so on, and I fear that farmers will lose that battle. Thank you very much. I believe that both colleagues, or actually all three from the EU, can provide you with a topical answer to your question, because this has been debated at the EU level. I will wait for yet another question to be raised, and then I'll ask our colleagues to comment, because this was the only question raised, actually, so that maybe you can touch on it. If there are no further questions, who will start? Wolfgang, please.
Measure the success of our policies. And I completely agree with all of those who say what matters at the end is the result. But put yourself 1 second in the shoe of your paying agency and your government. Because you want, or the farmers, they want annual payments. This is what you want. If you base the payments on the results, you might need to wait 5 years, 10 years, until you have the proof that the biodiversity objectives are achieved. So I think that is the pressure which we are facing. If you have a compliance-based system, it says the farmer does A, B, C, D, E, and the likelihood that this will achieve results is very big. This is why you pay it. But I completely agree with the colleagues. It is very unsatisfactory that we insist on the compliance without being able to measure the results. And this is what I wanted to say. It is hugely important that we have real data figure of the results of our compliance-based systems. I do not think that both things are mutually exclusive, but in terms of a paying regime, it is easier if you pay compliance-based than result-based, because the result you might need to wait 10 years until you see an improvement of nitrate, of pesticides and so on. So I think this is a fair discussion, but be aware that this is it's not so easy to implement. On the big carnivores, I do not want to enter in all these discussions, because I assume you all know the pros and cons of these discussions. And I really appreciate also the concerns that you have just made. And I think for that reason, our president herself has taken the initiative and has launched an initiative to change the protection status of the wolf. It was done by purpose, because our president thought, looking at the pros and cons of these discussions, she felt that we need to do something about it. Now this is in the hand, because we are a democratic decision-making process, in the hand of the member states, the council, and I think also the European Parliament. So let's see how this discussion ends. But let me just say one word. It's not only the wolf who now leads to a situation that the livestock is not anymore grazing. If you look around, and look around also in your country, how many cows are still grazing, and they are not afraid of the wolf, by the way, and how many cows are in the stable. So look at these things. So it's not only the wolf discussion, there are also other elements which we need to take very seriously.
Thank you.
Ja. Najprej najlepša hvala dr. Stantu Bergantu za peticijo, ki je
The petition that he drafted on this topic and was discussed within the European Parliament. The petition showed what is going on. First of all, that the protection of wild animals is operating, and there's an increase of wolf and bear population across Europe. And also the areas where they live is bigger. So this has caused bigger problems. Within the European Parliament, there was a group of MPs formulated. Herbert Dorfman from South Tyrolia is also a member. And he called this group to the discussion. And we made proposals in the Parliament. And this debate did take place. So the President of the Commission heard about the change of the regime on the protection, and there were some demands tabled, whereby there was a demand tabled not only for wolves, but also for bears. From what I know, this is still a matter of a procedure where they are fighting about who will prevail. The ambition of Madam President, I believe, and some other people is also that this should be in the hands of agriculture. And on the other hand, we have the environment people, but this is a pet position. No final decision has been made yet. Thank you. Named
wolf or one bear coming every 5 years to Germany. So that's why it's a bit different to this country. But let me raise 2 points on this. The one is the economic aspect. If we discuss an economic aspect of farmers or concerned, let me say, entities, then it's this trade-off between this environmental aspect and or biodiversity aspect and the economic aspect. So if this is only this debate, it is not, I know. No? So, but then it should be easy to solve, no? Because then it's a question of compensation. But it is not the case. So I have learned from farmers from Romania, for instance, because it's not an issue in Germany. It's also the threat on the families and on the kids. In some regions, they're scared that the kids are get out of the house. And I have pictures with me where farmers showed, look, this is the problem. So that's why I think, and I fully agree, Wolfgang, that this has to be rediscussed now, because this directive came a long time ago when this was not really a problem. So now we have a problem. We have to pragmatic, open the debate, and come to solutions which are meeting both interests in the end.
Voilà. Thank you, Peter.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Ian Mitchell. I am a professional visitor to Bohinj and also share a little bit of responsibility for the establishment of the Wildflower Festival. I'm also a passionate believer that farmers should be paid for what they produce, and especially in areas of high nature conservation value. I wonder if our distinguished speakers have any idea how the food production cycle could help not just provide subsidies for farmers from the state, but also the marketing of this high value products. In Bohinj, they have developed a brand called Bohinjsko for promoting cheese and salamis and things like this, which I think is quite successful. But I also think that across the Alpine area, there should be much stronger marketing of the value of high quality farming food from these areas. So how would the guests suggest this was brought forward?
Thank you. They will say it already exists. But maybe a short answer, if Wolfgang, if it's possible. Quite short.
No, I think you raise a very important question. Short reply, I think we have created 4 or 5 years back even a certificate for alpine products, but I must admit it is not very known and not very much used. So in principle, there would be a possibility to certify the alpine origin of food products. But I think the point goes further, and I have just been in Switzerland, in Emmental, and in a very remote valley. I think 20 farmers, all between 5 and 20 cows. They provide their milk to a very small dairy, making Emmental, and they survive very well. And why do they survive very well? They have a trader who knows the best places in the world to sell this Emmental, in United States, in Brussels, everywhere. So I think the key to all this is we produce all great products, or in many places, or in particular here in the mountain areas, but the challenge is to find those people who are skilled to know the places where you have to sell it, and you need evidently somebody who has a good pocket or a deep pocket to pay the price. But it was surprising to see how successful they were, in fact, because I thought in this globalized world, such little structures do not work anymore. And then you see such a small dairy who makes big business thanks to somebody who really sells across the world the cheese of this little dairy.
Zelo na kratko. Jaz se popolnoma strinjam s tem, kar je bilo zdaj rečeno.
Said now and what Mr. Schmidt said before, let me just come back to the numbers. 12% is the current consumption for food. 3% is received by the farmers. The share of common agricultural policy represents 27% of income within the EU. So if we, instead of 3% of this share, reach 4%, this is a bigger change than the total cap. So I believe this is where we need to seek solutions. And in this part, what the director of the directorate said, first of all, we need short supply chains. Probably in Slovenia, you're aware of Tony Kuchenberg, who was a young, innovative farmer, 20 cows, makes a living for 5 people because he created everything, learning hours, tasting, and so on. But we are quite limited as to what we can do. But along this chain, in agreement with the retail, who has to, of course, recognize their opportunity, but obligatory, they have to build a stable chains that will not be dependent on whether next month there will be a 5% price will be lower or higher. I believe that the farmers could formally see the importance of their joining forces, and there's still much missing, but I agree that along the whole food chain, we can make sure that the income of the farmer will be appropriate. Thank you very much. In summary, do you agree that there are 3 things to note? Dialogue, seeking solutions, and new approaches. Okay, you are now invited to join us for refreshments. Served outside when you were served by the lady farmers this morning. So we'll see you back in 20 minutes.
lažje življenje. PVC Nagote iz Postojne. PVC in Alu stavbno pohištvo. Lastna proizvodnja, 10-letna garancija, strokovna montaža in zanesljiv servis. PVC Nagote iz Postojne.
Še naprej bo delno jasno, sem trtja nekaj več oblačnosti, v popodnevu pa tudi kakšna ploha ali nevihta. Jutri zelo podobno, v nedeljo pa več oblakov in tudi več dežja.
Najhitrejši prometni servis Radia 1.
AdTab za pse in mačke. Slastna zaščita pred bolhami in klopi. Žvečljive tablete brez recepta. Učinkujejo ves mesec. AdTab. Prava zaščita. Prava ljubezen. O tveganju in nezaželenih učinkih se posvetujte z veterinarjem ali s farmacevtom.
Mi pa se posvetujemo s Urško Benedik, kako je na cestah.
Res je, previdno okvara tovornega vozila ovira promet na Dolenjski avtocesti A2 v smeri Novega mesta v predoru Mali Vrh. Okvara vozila pa ovira promet na Štajerski avtocesti A1 v smeri Ljubljane med Slovensko Bistrico in Slovenskimi Konjicami pred viaduktom. Nič 80 22 55 pa ostaja prava telefonska številka, če na poti do cilja še kaj opazite. Srečno!
Ki sta čez 11:30, ogrevamo se pred vikendom, ma ne pred navadnim vikendom, pred hit vikendom Deželaka junaka. Danes so v Denis Auto Showu razkrili traso akcije, najdeš jo na radio1.si v celoti, no malo po 7 pa je naš Deželak dobil celo svojo pravljico. Ja, pravljico pa najdeš na trgovina.radio1.si, kmalu pa bodo tudi...
Stari, loj, kaj so naredili? Televizija. A? Kaj? A to rabaš? A ja, pa ne moreš. Ja, pa povej to, da v eter spuščaš.
Ne vem, to moraš ugasniti sprot.
So now we have slowly started to come back. So we are continuing with CAP, which is key policy for the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Food. So the first experience with the implementation are already known, and I'm pleased to note that we are going to receive some initial overview of that, and considering the fact that drafting measures, but now the new expression is interventions of CAP, are more and more in the hands of member states, are these results even more interesting. Simona Vreuț is the next speaker. With a new committee. I'm not sure if you're aware of this committee drafting the opinion for the session of the Council. Unless these measures had been discussed accordingly, they will not even be adopted by further bodies. It is quite an important committee, special committee for agriculture, and Simona Vreuț has noted that she's looking forward to coming back from Brussels. She's been my colleague over the years, so Simona, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Brane. We've been friends over the years. That's true. And when I heard that I can jump in and present the topics today, which are not so relevant for the level of Brussels at this point, I got really excited about joining you here in this beautiful alpine environment. For 2 years, I actually worked on alpine convention, so I can tell you that I'm quite aware of the challenges that this area has been dealing with. It's quite complex, and in one part, they include also agriculture. It is my job today, in some way, to try to present you with the initial assessment as to what extent the Programming Committee period 23-27 measures take into account the needs of protected areas. This presentation presents 2 or 3 types of protected areas. On one hand, in light green, we have all Natura 2000 areas. In dark green, we have protected areas, among which we also see Triglav National Park. As you can see, Slovenia has considerable amount of these services, 37%. And out of the 37%, 20% is agricultural land. This data that I have on screen are limited to protected area. They do not refer to the total area of Natura 2000, but protected areas. And here we have 4,600 farms and 9,400 farms. They amount to 12% of all agricultural land. So 9,400 farms work on 55,000 hectares of land. This is important because this shows that the strategic plan encompasses the whole of Slovenia, and then specific measures focusing on protected areas have to be adapted depending on the shares that we see on screen. As you can also see, with agricultural land, we have a prevalent area of grassland and a smaller share of arable land, which is mainly contributed by the marshes south of Ljubljana. Of course, I do not have enough time now nor knowledge to run through all the assessment of the measures of the strategic plan. What I would wish to do actually is just to look at, together with you, to look at where we are addressing the needs of this area and maybe with what measures. But as Brane already noted, we already have some initial results. Why initial? Because we are going through the first year of the implementation, and we'll be able to say more about the payments per area from the viewpoint of climate measures from the climate scheme. As for other investments and other measures, well, we do not possess this data as of yet because some files are only being opened now. It is a matter of discussion with you to answer the question, what can be improved for the future? What can be upgraded so that the impacts will be better? I'm sure you all saw this presentation a number of times. These are strategic plans, parts of our strategic plan addressing the economic, environmental, sustainability, and social sustainability, of course. All these objectives also show the specific needs of protected areas, and we try to address them with different measures. When Slovenia drafted our strategic plan, and it truly has to be emphasized that with the new approach, with the new implementation model of agricultural policy at the level of the EU, the member states are now given more flexibility, subsidiarity. They adopt measures depending on the needs detected. But of course, this is also a quite demanding task, strategic planning, a transition from the measures that you had quite precisely defined at the level of the EU. We are now moving to the fact that you need to make your own choices and define your own needs, and this is a big step forward. I do not intend to run through all the challenges that we have already been facing together with you, because the strategic plan is a document drafted in consultation with stakeholders from all areas, not only from agricultural sector, but also from the environmental sector and others. But of course, these were our main focal points, and most of it can be applied also in protected areas. But let me note that in protected areas, these expectations from farmers to reach higher standards and to focus more on nature protection, they might even be even bigger. Talking about expectations, nevertheless, there are other factors to be aware of. So the challenge is how to ensure economic results in this area that will make farmers survive. So the challenges might even be bigger than in other parts of the country. What is important to note when drafting strategic plan is what was the umbrella guidelines. Slovenia decided to focus on sustainable food production and the preservation of food production and increasing self-sufficiency. And this sometimes sounds like a conflict. If you go in the direction of more sustainability, one would assume that self-supply will be less. But it can be vice versa. If we say, if all areas contribute something into sustainable food production, we can, all in all, reach a good result together. What is important is also for us to agree not to make differences between agricultural holdings. All matter, from the small ones with supplementary activities on farms to the bigger ones that are more market-oriented. So the thesis of my presentation today is that these umbrella guidelines were included in the process in the best possible way, leading into a compromise when drafting strategic plan. And I can say that we managed really well. Nevertheless, I'm open for different assessment or viewpoint in the discussion. I have already mentioned that this triangle, nature protection, economic success is maybe reached in a most difficult way. So I will start with economic success. We need to be aware that not only farmers, but foresters also, if they cannot make a living, they will sooner or later stop with their production. So the question arises what the consequences will be in protected areas. Maybe in other areas we are faced with diversification, but here we are faced with the dilemma of overgrowth. Everyone who stops and abolishes their economic activity, maybe they potentially also leave the place they work on. This does not hold true for Bled and Bohinj, but in general terms, it can be quite a negative consequence when we talk about the preservation of vitality of rural areas. I will just try to draw your attention to individual part of interventions, because I believe that one needs to understand that a beneficial result for the farmer can only be reached here by combining different approaches. So in these areas, the basic income support with indirect payments is included. It is important to note that the strategic plan also addresses the issue of more fairness, maybe redistribution of income support that is provided for the first 8 hectares is not the instrument that would really, in Slovenia, bring more money for small farms. But the introduction of the regression has to be mentioned. If somebody receives higher amounts, they are reduced. And I believe that this has a much better impact. As for the areas where we are now, coupled payments can be important, and Slovenia utilized the possibility of introducing these payments through an envelope, and it holds true that not all coupled payments are linked to mountainous areas or less favored areas. Nevertheless, we took a step in that direction, and I think that this is an important shift from the previous years. The support for dairy farms, coupled support for dairy farms, is in place only in mountainous areas. So on one hand, we have income support, but we heard before how important the aspects of marketing, organization, promotion of quality schemes, promoting these products is, and all of it is addressed through our measures. Since I'm limited for time, I will not mention all of them, but let me mention the regional activities to bring produce together. Why? Because Branko said, oh, this is something we are interested in. This is something we will try to create for farmers through a platform that the farmers can use in order to offer their produce in the sense of ensuring supply to the customers. And it seems to me that this is still some new measure, and it's an important part of the strategic plan. And now to the young farmers. I don't think there is any doubt whatsoever that Slovenia is putting emphasis on the future of agriculture by providing support to young farmers. This is not even a question, because this has been done across the EU, and most countries are faced with similar issues that Slovenia is facing. And now looking at bottom-up approach, I can mention the initiative leader. I was looking for more information since I'm not stationed in Brussels, but I surfed the internet and I realized that they are the region successful within LEADER because they had an idea to focus different tourist flows. And this goes for the previous financial period of time, but I believe that we can utilize what is offered ourselves. An important development aspect is investment support. And you can see the list of measures on screen. Many of these investments are structured in such a way that if we have a farmer coming from a less favored area or from a mountainous farm, we have special support for mountainous farms, and they have a special advantage and a higher percentage of co-financing. And later on, through selection criteria in calls for projects, this is addressed. This is nothing new. We already had that in the current programming period. But I find it important that we will continue with these activities in the future. Less favored areas were also mentioned, payments for them. I would like to draw your attention to this. I agree with Director General Burcher. Even though these areas, in a way, compensate for less favored conditions and other limitations, but it is too narrow to only look at the income. This payment enables to the producers in these areas to continue with their production. In this period, we succeeded together, even though I know how painful it was, because historically, what was added to the income was higher. But of course, for the farmers on mountainous areas, we still talk about beneficial results through the support. And now we are moving on to the second part. Of course, if we want to protect the environment, if we want to preserve sustainable agricultural practices, then of course these ambitions in the field have to be strengthened. And this is what strategic plan undoubtedly provides. Apart from preserving our ambitions about environmental and climate measures, we upgraded them with additional demands. We talk about all three components: environment protection, nature, and climate change. And this is being addressed through the new scheme of environment and climate within the first pillar. Due to more funds that Slovenia is intending for the rural development, in the first pillar, we provide 25% for environment and climate. But believe me when I say that this is a big novelty for the farmers. Why? Because you can imagine that, of course, farmers understand that direct payments are their payments. But you can imagine your employer saying, okay, as of next month, 85% of your salary will be given to you, and 15 will be given to you if you ride a bike to come to work. So we shouldn't underestimate what was done to the agricultural policy with this step. We shouldn't underestimate the amounts of funds at the EU level, because 70% of funds at the European level for agriculture is included within Pillar 1, and only 30% in the pillar of rural development. Slovenia has a better proportion here. But this truly is a big step. And where is this ambition reflected? We have a strengthened conditionality. I will not go into further detail because this goes for the whole territory of Slovenia. But this strengthened conditionality was a big thing to do because you raise the threshold for other payments. I've already mentioned the new scheme for environment and climate. I will show you more with upcoming slides. We talk about more ambition of agricultural and environmental payments. Our objective is also to increase organic farming considerably. Further on, we have new interventions. What we have listed on screen are other measures that can be used in this context. Last but not least, the upgrading of the system of acquis as a horizontal priority with easier implementation and adoption of this project is important and of key importance. I only mentioned 11 schemes for environment and climate, and I would like to draw your attention to grassland. After 2024, we have a new measure to have less ammonia emissions. I believe it's methane, actually, and less greenhouse emissions. We have secondary crops, which are interesting, and then also working the soil over the winter and preservation of soil, and then the ones that are last on screen are less appropriate. But nevertheless, there are many novelties, and we have made considerable progress. This is yet another overview of agricultural climate ambitions of the strategic plan. Again, I will not go through all of them, but actually we can see a great variety. Maybe this variety of the measures will be reflected in the analysis of the results as a problem, because maybe they are far too detailed as measures. We will be able to assess that once we have more data from the implementation itself. But let me mention a measure that was adopted really well, which is the production of fodder grass, cohabitation with beasts. We had a debate about that before discussing this issue. The strategic plan is addressing the matter at hand, and we've been trying to provide tools for this negative impact on grazing to be mitigated. Even though I understand the issues that arise, it has to be said that we also have examples of good practice where these problems can be resolved, and we should not forget those when we have a debate about these issues. The list of investment interventions is quite long, so these are investments that are intended for environmental issues. And again, I do not wish to go through the whole list. Might I maybe just mention machinery to work on grasslands, habitats, and direct investments connected to the implementation and resolving the issue of cohabitation with wild animals, focusing on the protection of animals from the attacks of wild big beasts. I believe this is extremely important measure to note. I did not forget the aspect of rural development, but I did not want to open yet another topic for discussion, even though it's very important. I thought it would be more important to put emphasis on these two, I won't say conflicts, but rather challenges when we have agriculture and environment protection on one and the other side. When we look at the list of measures for the farmers within eco schemes and within environmental measures, again, I'm not mentioning all the measures, but in some areas the results are less than what was expected. But then we're aware of the fact we need to raise interest in farmers to be more informed. But then in some other areas we exceeded expectations. And this is where it will be shown, and maybe some speakers, other speakers today will talk about the quality of these measures and what results were achieved. Looking at these results, it is important to see that the farmers are quite ready to contribute to nature protection. And what they expect for that is, of course, to be refunded for their costs or loss of income, to be compensated. But I believe that if we wish to achieve even more in the future and have more demanding measures, then even at the EU level, we have to consider whether it's enough to only focus on loss of income and costs, or wouldn't it be more appropriate to upgrade and reward the farmers, by which we would increase the interest for even more demanding schemes. My time is up, so allow me to come to a conclusion. So my conclusions can be discussed, but my assessment of the strategic plan addressing specific needs of protected areas is good, by taking into account the fact that this is one of the priorities for Slovenia. We have a big list of these measures, a long list. Through different instruments, we have been trying to be more target-oriented. In this way, we wish to give advantage to beneficiaries from these areas. Nevertheless, the CAP support are not a guarantee, nor do they suffice. Without one's own initiative, without entrepreneurship, without looking into the possibility of marketing, without realizing how you can sell what you produce on the market and how you can evaluate your sustainable produce through the chain, well, I believe that these are the areas to be addressed. In the previous discussion, I don't think the role of the consumer was emphasized sufficiently. In order for the consumer to recognize the value of sustainable development needs to be focused on, so that the consumers have better awareness and will be willing to pay more for better quality. As for serious analysis about the contribution of our strategic plan in the sense of protected areas will only be possible after a few years. But I believe it's quite positive that the ministry is well aware of these challenges. The Ministry of Agriculture will set up a working group in order to find better solutions within the implementation of CAP for these areas. Thank you.
So far, at the front of our debates was a dialogue with agriculture and on agriculture and nature. Although, of course, we always have in mind tourism as well. Now we will address this topic. It gives us great pleasure that we have with us the most important person when it comes to devising policies in the field. This is Director General of the Ministry of the Economy, Tourism and Sport, Ms. Dubravka Kalin. Please, the floor is yours. A warm welcome to all of you. Thank you very much for inviting me to this conference. Given the debate so far, I hope that you won't see tourism as an intruder and something that we could do without, that rather you would see it as a sector that with all other stakeholders we can go hand in hand and co-create high quality living of our population, and also contributes to this, that this economic segment becomes more sustainable. As it was put quite nicely, farmers will not persevere if we don't have any economic benefits for them. In its nature, tourism is a sector which can use and exploit everything in the environment. It can create very nice, congenial stories. However, our ministry is well aware that it really matters how we do it. For that reason, we are among the loudest. We have been calling on the right management of tourism, and you will see this in my presentation as well. We are very active in these endeavors. Without the management of tourism, if we leave everything to market forces, then we really have huge problems. As for sustainable development of Slovenian tourism, we have created numerous policies addressing sustainability. The Slovenians really internalized these concepts and principles. Due to my office, I travel all over the world, and we really don't have problems. They are not confusing Slovenia and Slovakia, which was the case in the past. Mostly also because of our sustainable orientation, we have been recognized as one of the leading forces. When we are in Europe, when we meet diplomats, when we speak about sustainability, when Slovenia speaks about sustainability, our voice is really heard and taken into account. Of course, in 2022, we adopted the Slovenian tourism strategy for the period 2022-2028. There are several basic principles, which is something more and something better, which means that we try to strike the right balance. Of course, we want for our tourism sector to grow, to have more tourism capacities, especially when it comes to hotel establishments, and not so much when it comes to simple accommodation units. We are also striving to renovate more and not build anew. However, this is where we come across something that was mentioned already by our MEP Bogovic, namely that there are some orientations from the directive that are very difficult to implement. Hence, Slovenia has the focus mostly on new buildings, because here we don't have such problems in complying with energy requirements and energy efficiency, especially when it comes to protected areas and buildings. And here we have problems because of cultural heritage. Then our new strategy also focuses a lot on raising the quality of services, infrastructure, human resource management. I have to say that with human resources we have huge problems, as is the case for other sectors as well. The tourism sector employs 6% of working population in Slovenia, which is almost similar as pre-COVID, although I have to say that the labor market trends are now completely different. There is a huge demand, and catering establishments are now slowly seeing that workers are returning to their sector because working conditions have been improved to a large extent. Luckily, this trend has been overturned. Then overnight stay occupancy rates a steady growth, although in terms of arrivals last year, we still haven't reached the numbers from 2019 yet. What is even more important here, we have a longer period of stay and a higher added value. Literally, we earned more in terms of tourism, and this is something that we strive for. Less burden in terms of arrivals and higher income and higher added value. And of course, our strategy also speaks about developed demanding markets, high-end customers and medium-end customers, and higher average prices. We want to have this green boutiqueness, a smaller footprint and better value for all. This is our vision. This is very important cultural identity, local character of our tourism. We want to develop balanced green boutique tourism of higher quality with smaller footprint. Yet here we should not overlook one important factor, that is local population. They need to live with this tourism. Of course, we all understand that tourism enables them to make a living, especially in tourism-intensive municipalities. And yet, even here, we need to bear in mind how do those people living here feel about tourism. Another vision, it has several features. Still, we want to have this concept of sustainable development. Our focus is on the quality of offering. We observed here that the Slovene Tourism Organization has made an extraordinary shift. Slovenia has been positioned in the right way, not only on the European market, but also global markets. Yet when it comes to our offering, we are still lagging behind our promise. For that reason, the country has started with a huge investment cycle so that we would be able to reach these objectives better. And then we also want to have better quality, better networking and connection along the chain, and of course higher added value for all operators. Still, there are some problems here. Sometimes quality doesn't meet the right standard, or prices are no longer justified. High prices are not always justified. Therefore, this value for money needs to be balanced. And then next to natural values, we also strengthen culture, authenticity. We also mentioned our character. Then our strategy has key strategic objectives. The focus: business, finance, social aspect, economic aspect, and environmental and climate aspect. Again, quality is highlighted. Whole year offering, we want to have satisfaction of our population, employees, and of course our guests. We want that tourism really becomes the generator of value in other sectors as well. Of course, also decarbonization and balancing Slovenian tourism. This is our key mantra, and we have made the highest number of steps here. We have 7 key policies as a result: to invest in the entrepreneurial environment, to have public infrastructure for tourist ambience of Slovenia. We made some important steps here. Now we have entered in the phase of the biggest investment cycle for Slovenian tourism, 359 million. This is now the new investment cycle for accommodation capacities. Our objective being to increase the quality of offering. On the other hand, to invest in public tourism infrastructure. We used the Recovery and Resilience Facility, but also we used funds from our own budget, the national budget, because we observed there is a great lack of public tourism infrastructure. Together with the Slovenian Tourism Organization and different chambers, be it the Chamber of Catering and Tourism, then the Chamber of Crafts. Also, we cooperated with various faculties. We focused a lot on human resources. It has proven that now we were able to boost added value for tourism. Of course, it fluctuates depending on different activities. Before the COVID, 22,000 euro per employee, and now in catering we have 32,000, hotel sector up to 55,000. So here important steps were made in the right direction. Then sustainable and green scheme of Slovenian tourism. This is policy number 4. I will discuss more about this later, because this is also overarching topic. Here I need to say that we have our Slovenian tourism organization, our operator, our provider. They took very determined steps to follow this path. Slovenian tourism should be positioned not only on paper by producing policies, but also it should walk the talk. Green and sustainable is our focus. Then policy 5, accessibility and mobility. I have to say that we lag behind here. We have huge problems. Therefore, the initiatives in the local environment are very much welcome, where local communities approach and present a solution so that they successfully address trends, tourism flows, then destination management and integration of tourism. This is our hot potato as we speak. Our experts have intense debates about how to redefine in terms of organization our structure and systems. This also pertains to the key topic of our conference today. Given the nature of tourism, as I have stated at the beginning, it's very important how it is managed and run, that we don't leave it up to market forces, that we can have an impact on how it functions. For that reason, it is of key importance to have good destination management. Here we try to come up with a new definition and to have better results and functioning in the future, to lay the groundwork. And then policy 7, products and marketing. As for products in the next year and in 2026, we will launch a European cohesion envelope in the amount of 22 million euro to develop different products. Again, they will contribute to better quality of the offering of Slovenian tourism. If I go back to policy 4, sustainability and green scheme of Slovenian tourism, it puts into practice sustainable development and green orientation of Slovenian tourism. Allow me to highlight measure 4.3.1, development of sustainable tourism management in protected areas. There are many activities here. Our ministry decided to implement environmental logos and labels, and we will co-fund these labels. There was a huge increase because many operators decided for this approach. They wanted to acquire these labels. These eco-signs and labels are based on international certificates, which is of key importance. Now we have a public call for proposals by the 7th of June, and we really encourage different destinations and tourism providers to decide to implement eco-labels. And we will also upgrade the green scheme of Slovenian tourism. This is now in the pipeline. We have been listening and we heard many constructive remarks as to what could be improved even more. Therefore, the Slovenian Tourism Organization has now been elaborating a slightly revamped format of this green scheme. This is the scheme that is in force that you are well familiar with, but there is also a new segment, this green scheme, which includes different signs. Here you see that we included tourist destinations, accommodation, natural parks, tourism operators, sites, restaurants, and even 2 beaches. As for these certificates, they have been awarded since 2015. So Slovenia Green. Now there are many countries who have been copy-pasting our scheme. Now they are faced with many challenges. because this is their own endeavor and there are still some elements and mechanisms missing. The Slovenian Tourism Organization also started to revise the scheme and to engage in digital upgrading. In other words, well, maybe just one thing, says the speaker, this slide that we don't often demonstrate, but I think it's very current and topical. Natural parks can also obtain the Slovenia Green Park label. The Triglav National Park, Škocjanske Cave and Logarska Valley already have that. These are protected areas of nature. It reflects quite well that we really take care of the environment. Of course, we should have even more. There are some trends and demands for this. But on the other hand, there is also the opposing side and arguments who are not so much in support of this idea of expanding these areas. Although I think that important shifts were made in the right direction, we now protect the environment and areas that are important so as to preserve what we have. And that we are not just green and sustainable on paper and not in practice. Another thing that is very important for us is this National Information Center, NIS. This is a Slovenian abbreviation. We use the funding from the Recovery and Resilience Facility. We follow the objectives of the Slovene tourism strategy. Today we heard, maybe not these words were mentioned, but we heard that we need to measure things. If not, you cannot correct them and amend them. For that reason, we really want to introduce a system so that we will be able to measure environmental, social, and economic impacts of tourism. Based on this monitoring, we would take a decision on the basis of data and not by heart, because we have too much of this in Slovenian tourism. Now, this is a pilot project. At the end of next year, this system should be operational in practice. I need to say that there are many people and stakeholders involved in this project. We have, of course, the Slovenian Tourism Organization. They are the driving force behind the whole story. And then we have different ministries, agencies. They have a lot of knowledge and expertise contributing to making this information center a success story so that it functions as it should. It is of key importance to also have a system developed by the Statistical Office of the Republic of Slovenia, the so-called Tourism Pulse. On a daily basis, we can monitor guests coming to Slovenia, which is an important step forward, a very important contribution to our information center. As for our ministry and our key activities, we are really trying to introduce different measures. We try to support what the strategy dictates us to do. Currently, we are in the phase of monitoring different projects within this huge investment cycle in terms of accommodation capacities, but also public tourism infrastructure. We have already been preparing ourselves for cohesion calls for proposals. Of course, our focus is also to elaborate legislation. The Catering Act, the Act on the Lipica Stud Farm, and the Act on the Promotion and Development of Tourism for next winter. If I just briefly go through all our activities, we invest in accommodation capacities, more than 58 million, public tourism infrastructure, more than 15 million for that. When it comes to accommodation capacities, Energy efficiency had to have at least 50% of all funds. This is a very high standard if you want to receive funding. And then we have other calls for proposals as well, other areas. I have just announced calls for proposals to develop tourism destinations and products. In the period 2025-2027, a few words about our legislation. The Parliament will soon deliberate on the Lipica Stat Farm Act, the focus being on horses and cultural heritage and cultural values of this estate. What is the key contribution of this act? To have uniform and comprehensive management, not two different operators, but just one. In this way, we will have more synergies with tourism, which calls for fast and efficient reaction. Then the Catering Act and also the Act on the Promotion of Tourism. Let me just tell you that this Catering Act, which is a completely new act, we introduce many sustainable solutions and concepts, because we are well aware of the situation in terms of municipal spatial planning acts. We will introduce the system of calculating carrying or loading capacity for destinations, or the academia says whether this is acceptable for change. And now we also started to address this very pertinent issue of accommodation, short-term accommodation, Airbnb leading to better sustainability. So how to limit this? And let me just briefly touch upon the strategy of Slovenian tourism. We will soon elaborate the action plan. 2.6 billion. This is mission impossible for our ministry to do it on our own. Hence, we also attracted other ministries and other stakeholders. We are now trying to have this umbrella approach, common denominator, and therefore this action plan is a very demanding and complex project. We are slowly seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. And the key change is undoubtedly new organization structure of Slovenian tourism. By way of conclusion, allow me to sincerely congratulate the Triglav National Park. You are celebrating 100th anniversary. I think this is of extreme significance. And here we also stated that we sincerely congratulate our Slovenian tourism organization, because they received the Best of the Alps award, not as the organization itself, but Slovenia. And the tourism organization received this on behalf of all of us, because the Alps are a very important part of our living habitat. Hence, we would like to sincerely congratulate all, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dubravka, for this extremely interesting presentation. I believe that for many of you sitting here with us, this is something interesting and something new. As for the key aspects that the Ministry of Environment and Natural Resources has been following were presented by the State Secretary, but a more detailed insight into that will be presented by Ida Jelenko-Turinek. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. I also jumped in today's event instead of the head of the sector. I'm truly pleased to be with you today. I paid attention to introductory speeches because one can get a more detailed insight into a state of affairs, and definitely you can reflect on the need for us to discuss things, to talk to one another, and then jointly we can find solutions and we can together contribute to better objective implementation, which is nature and better living environment for the population. Today, I will present challenges of sustainable development, which is actually the topic of the whole event, but I will discuss the system of how we are protecting Natura 2000 areas. Some of you have come across this content, but some of you might find this to be something new. So I will try to provide you with a wider definition. So why are we focusing on these changes? Why do we strive to have better progress in the upcoming period? Well, the European Green Deal has been discussed considerably this morning, but I will present the strategy for biotic diversity, the objective of which is to protect 30% of nature in our country, to strictly protect 10%, and to make sure that the 30% of species that are not doing too well, we want to change that and ensure a much better status. In other words, to at least turn the trend for the positive. We have already reached this objective in protected areas. We have 37% of Natura, but we still need to do more in order to improve the status of habitat. Why did the Green Deal occur? We all know that the status of agricultural ecosystems in Europe and other, for example, forest ecosystems and swamp areas is getting worse, and we wish to improve the situation because only well-preserved ecosystems can return back to us what we wish to get from nature. Not only do they enable tourism opportunities, we heard about the possibility of the local population to enjoy the benefits of nature for agriculture and tourism, but we also can mitigate climate change difficulties. They contribute to better resilience against different illnesses, like COVID crisis showed. And all activities that we invest in improving the situation of natural ecosystems are paid back by these ecosystems, giving back a truly varied list of eco-services, so to speak. I believe we still need to take considerable steps forward and evaluate what these well-preserved ecosystems, or including agricultural landscape, provide to the society, and this is what I believe is extremely important to note. One of the more important things is the fact that if we have healthy ecosystems with rich flora and fauna, we have a big palette of pollinators. By all of this, we can also come to a financial evaluation showing that 5 billion euros annually can go into agricultural production. If we didn't have wild pollinators, natural pollinators, the varieties that live in agricultural areas, all of these services would lead into huge loss in food production. And this is one of the key elements why we need to focus through food production on the need to preserve nature. This was all about European Green Deal. Nevertheless, in Slovenia, of course, we implement those provisions through Slovenian legislation. There are 2 European directives to note, Directive on Habitats and the Birds Directive. And then we have an umbrella law in Slovenia, which is the Nature Protection Law, and also the Act on the Nature Preservation and Act on the Preservation and Protection of Caves, underground caves. These are frameworks, and then, of course, there's also secondary legislation. Today, we are talking about Triglav National Park. I can congratulate you on 100 years of the park, but let me also mention that this year we are celebrating the anniversary of Natura 2000. It's been 20 years since we started to protect Natura 2000 areas ever since we entered the EU, so we have been very successful. So we are proud to know that we've been protecting our nature for 20 years now. Apart from creating protected area, there is a resolution on the National Plan of Nature Protection. It is of key importance to note also the regulation on special protected areas and areas of Natura 2000. This regulation provides us with legislative framework to build on, but how is this implemented in practice? Well, there is a plan of management of Natura 2000 areas, but this program of managing Natura 2000 areas is set up for 7 years. Last year, we adopted the 3rd plan for 2023-2028. If I come back to the regulation on special protected areas, this decree, in a way, already stipulates that we need to define protective objectives within each part of Natura 2000, depending on the habitat type. And these objectives, once they are reached, it can be said that this is some kind of an indicator by which it can be assessed that everything is okay. And then, of course, we need to also periodically report on the status of the type of habitat species. And the last report was submitted successfully, and the next one will have to be submitted in 2025 in order for us to show that we are working in compliance with all the objectives defined within the program. Apart from the decree stipulating protective measures, it also suggests that for the implementation, certain measures have to be adopted in the field of water protection, in agriculture and forestry, and other measures which are further defined more specifically within the program of Natura 2000. So we define everything that has to be done. We saw this map a couple of times today already. We protect 355 areas of Natura 2000 in Slovenia, which is a huge number. That's why we talk about a network of Natura 2000. We are talking about 37% of the territory of our country. We protect 205 animal species and 28 plant species and 60 different habitat types. All of these habitat types appear in different ecosystems, in the swamp areas, wet grasslands, forests, by the rivers, by the lakes. So we cover a number of different ecosystems, but specifically within each area of Natura 2000, the key species or qualification species are protected. And for each area, we have defined which species are to be protected and what the habitat type is, and then objectives are defined accordingly. One more time, I wish to reiterate that most of Natura 2000 in Slovenia is represented by a forest. 70% of Natura 2000 is forest ecosystem and 20% is agricultural ecosystems. And 2% is the areas with buildings, and the rest is water, and 4% is above the forest line. In Slovenia, extremely important for biodiversity. We only regret that the funds of co-financing amount to only 30%, but we hope that in the next perspective this can be improved. Further on, there is an important measure for protected areas, which is testing of nature protection measures in protected areas. This is a new intervention that was included in this current cap. It is about including some nature protection ideas with the support of protected areas in cooperation with the owners of land, who would try out some new approach to working the land, to working the fields and grasslands. We will have to have some calls for projects, and then certain funds can be obtained for that purpose. And I hope that this information will contribute to the fact that the farmers, the owners of land, will be inspired, so that at least they will listen to those who will wish to implement, in other words, work with them and introduce an adapted agricultural practice which will be additionally paid for. Further on, the program of management has another annex, which is the objectives for the areas to preserve biotic diversity through COPOP. And we heard about the measures last year, and already this jump was supported positively for 2023 and 2030, because we have doubled all the measures. In the past, we had 80,000 hectares, but now we have much, much more hectares included in the system of demands for the measures. Well, I wish to praise the Ministry for training the advisors and Public Agricultural Service that performed these activities and got in touch with the owners. And this is thanks to the farmers who also decided to join the measures. And now we are already, so these are the measures from the Program of Rural Development, but now we are coming close to the project listed in the strategic plan. But here we are very happy. We are talking about the first year of CAP implementation, and we hope that these figures can be even increased. Apart from agricultural policy contributing to the regime with basic subsidies or voluntary implementation of the measures through these COPOP measures, which focus on landscape for agriculture and we focus on different habitat types. There are also measures within nature protection, and they can contribute also in agricultural land to the preservation of habitat types. Let me mention contractual protection and renovation. Apart from nature protection, meaning cohesion or different life projects and other projects, this is yet another opportunity to get in touch with the owners of land. We can draw up a contract with them or with those who are not really owners, but money can go into an adapted agricultural land which is appropriate depending on the habitat type. Some funds are available also for purchasing, and then on those areas that matter as for nature can be purchased. The ministry has funds for that, and then such land can be given through contractual protection to those who are willing to work the land, those farmers who would wish to sign a contract under certain conditions, of course, with the desire to work the land in that area in such a way that it will be fit for nature protection. There is also an Annex C discussing priority projects. There is a list within Natura 2000 what habitat types are that have to be included in priority project. And these types of habitat types will be protected through the cohesion projects. There will not be a direct call for projects, but this is just about approving the project. But we are very pleased to note that the funds are insured. We have 68 million euros for this project available, and we hope that we will get as many projects as possible. But these projects usually consist of a consortium of institutions that apply for the project, and at the end, big majority of these projects get in touch with the owner of the land, and they draw up a contract on the protection of nature or some kind of a custody so that these project funds can eventually be used to finance nature presentation. In other words, an adapted agricultural activities can focus on the preservation of biodiversity. At this point, I would like to call upon all the farmers who would wish to contribute to the preservation of habitat types, to biodiversity preservation, nature protection. If somebody comes to you via the project from our institution, which is Nature Protection Institute, or from the protected areas authorities, please listen to us and consider what you can offer into the scheme of management, because I know that those farmers who are intense farmers with most of their land worked on intensely, they still have certain areas that are not so important for production, so they can nevertheless use those for an adapted practice. I would like to praise the area of Ptuj, because through a project in that respect, they found many farmers who originally said they have no desire whatsoever to participate, but now they joined the project and they work the agricultural land in such a way that everything is appropriately done. Otherwise, all cohesion projects that have been done so far are very good. We have good experience with mutual cooperation. We would only wish to be open towards each other so that you also listen and hear from those who come to you from an institution of nature protection. And you try to join in the best that you can, because the funds are available for this adapted management. Just a few more words about the measures within forestry. Oh, my time is up, so I'll be quick. This is where we have a completely different system compared to CAP. We have plans drafted for forestry, and all objectives within the program, within Natura 2000, are transferred into the plans for forests via environment protection guidelines that are drafted by the Nature Protection Institute. And then they are done via the measures that are systemically performed by the Forest Institute. What matters to us is eco-cells, habitat trees, then letting dead biomass be. This is important for certain birds and beetles. Further on, forest protection. What is important is also to get rid of non-native species, invasive species. This is also extremely important. We haven't touched on that. It's important to detect those non-nature, non-local species and remove them as quickly as possible. Creating living environment for the species that appear in forest ecosystems is really important, and every one of them has a special specifics. Further on, the sector of forestry within the ministry has approached the project via increasing forest reserves, purchasing or exchanging the land, and changing the ownership and the manager of forests, which is important for the protection of birds. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now I open the floor. Any comments or questions? Tone, please. The floor is yours. A warm welcome also on our behalf. We represent the Chamber of Forestry and Agriculture. We are responsible for Agriculture Advisory Service. This is a public service. And my name is Anton Jagodic. I'm the head of this service. I have several questions. So this tourism presentation, I would like to know about this answer. Agriculture, especially when it comes to complementary and supplementary activities, we as agriculture advisors also do our job on tourism farms. However, your presentation didn't emphasize this. I would like to know what is our place within this strategy, because this is very important. This is important for Slovenian rural area. This is my first question. Then my second question, the representative of the ministry, we started with the implementation of the strategic plan last year. Now this is the half of the second year, the first half, but still we don't have a huge investment cycle being launched. This will only be implemented in the three-fifths of this plan. And what is my assumption? There will be several calls of proposals at the same time being launched. Therefore, I would like to know whether the system is well prepared for this. If applications will be processed in the fast way, whether we will be able to draw on these funds, what will be the absorption capacity, and one opinion, if I may, from the view of the advocacy representation. On several occasions today, we heard many good arguments as to why we need payments for less favored areas. But it is still up in the air in Slovenia, because this is taxed in Slovenia. And from that perspective, how this can contribute to environmental objectives and our development. This is one additional argument, a message to be conveyed from our conference. And we can present arguments to back the importance of important speakers who already highlighted this. Last but not least, I cannot be quiet about the spread of wild beasts and wolves. In terms of territories and in terms of numbers, we have problems. We are powerless within our agricultural advisory services. We are well aware of all the measures. We are well aware of the whole issue. But decision makers don't know one thing, namely that the spreading of wolves is a problem, and therefore farming and farms are being abandoned. It also has an impact on the population of the countryside. It has a negative impact on the social status and income of farmers. I don't want to be misunderstood, but many farmers are desperate, and this also has an impact on their health status and on their families, because they will have to do something else, but there is not much you can do in some areas. And therefore, we need to act and react. Therefore, I would like to present an initiative along these lines to implement this. We had different projects and research, but what was not done, we didn't find any arguments or research on the other side of the spectrum. The impact of the spread of wolves, that would be research, how it impacts agriculture, rural areas, the economy in these areas. And if you wish, the impact on psychology, social aspects, because this is what the spread of wolf can result in. I believe this was just one-sided approach that was taken into account. This is a lesson learned, and it's a not good practice for similar types of implementation in the future. I would also like to welcome the presentation, this last presentation, because it is quite evident and visible. If you take the right measures in future interventions, if you know what are the rules of the game, if they are set in the right direction, this is very important for all stakeholders in the environment, including agriculture. Here we should have a dialogue before we start with implementation on the ground. Too often, Slovenia has the following policy: changes happen, then we have amendments and corrections to correct everything, and before these amendments enter into force, we start with the implementation of these new changes. As for the sector of agriculture, this sector cannot adapt as fast as this. There was one speaker saying that for every basic decision we would need at least 3 to 4 years so that things would work in practice, that we can assess from the distance what should be corrected. Thank you. Mr. Pogačnik. And there was another hand, I think, 2 hands. Tone, right? Yeah. And then we will hear answers. I'm a forester and manager of the biggest forest estate. Let me go back to this title, Sustainable Development of Protected Areas. We speak about protected areas, but we focus on sustainable development in the first place. There are many things and thoughts here expressed that was outside the context, and it was not logical in terms of concepts. 37% of areas, as we hear in Slovenia, for Natura 2000, out of which 70% of forests. Hence, forest owners are faced with huge pressure and stress because of this protection status. State-owned forests in the past were amended substantively, and many are not part of this. The large share is then, it falls on private owners. What I claim is this: forest owners are biggest nature conservationists, because without us, we wouldn't be able to have the highest share of nature protection sites. Not only from your presentations today, but also from measures in general, I think that private owners are regarded as necessary evil. Let's take a measure and then we will discuss with them, with private owners, and they will be twisted or turned. I don't think this is the right approach to take. We should take a different approach, the other side. We should first approach owners, discuss with them, to motivate them in a way. To be frank, today we have a lot of incentives in terms of funding. Average income in Europe, we all know about this. It is going up. This also goes for Slovenia. And why not then give something to private owners of agricultural land or forests, that their income increases as well? But we introduce limitations, and this drops their income. On the other hand, we expect from owners to be engaged in other maintenance activities and other municipal activities. Mowing these forests today, they are role models. Also, if you look at Bohinj and also throughout Slovenia, without them, cultivation and landscape would have been different. Everything would have been overgrown, and foresters wouldn't like that as well, we as owners. I believe here we should proceed from this financial aspect. First, we should have the consent of owners, and only then can we plan measures. If not, all these measures will not work, and sustainability will not be provided. And then to equate protected areas. Of course, this insurance, everything costs, it comes at a price. And to get funding, we need to get this from somewhere. We need to have funding. Who will pay for this insurance policies and schemes? Everything should be defined before. When it comes to Bohinj and tourism destinations, you will also see that tourism will have to foot the bill as well. Maybe taxes, maybe budgets of municipalities, maybe directly. They will have to pay for this as well, and they will have to contribute. If not, these tourism destinations will change, and they will not be interesting and attractive for tourists. And if we consider Slovenia, we are a zoo of Europe and botanical garden of Europe. If this is the case, Europe should contribute as well. Denmark or Scotland, why should we take this burden on our shoulder? Also, European regulations, EU regulations, Europe tries to be the global policeman to manage certain things. I think this is not really a wise policy, a wise move. One example is the deforestation regulation. If we just look at the Slovenian forestry and European forestry, why did we limit ourselves due to a Brazilian affair where we will not be able to manage, Europe will not be able to manage that? Dear director of DG and other decision makers here, I believe that we should think twice before we act. Last but not least, by way of conclusion, not just one-sided measures. Last but one speaker, I think these measures are just one-sided. Well-considered steps. This is what I put to you in the end. Really be brief, be concise. Good afternoon. My name is Perne, Civil Initiative 77, to tell you about the name and our concepts and activities. The problem I started when it comes to our land, and Franz presented the logic behind. I put a question and I still haven't yet received the answer. The last 4 years have shown that it will not be such as it was the opinion of the public administration. All protection measures in Slovenia were adopted and passed without the appropriate procedure being in place. During a certain period of time, this led to drastic limitations when it comes to the property, and these procedures were not properly done, and it is a question whether this is constitutional or not. We know that intervention in terms of property and ownership, is this really how to do it in a sustainable way, to be ecological? Is this really an intervention? But the state should pay for this. And these payments didn't happen. They were not executed. And if the Constitutional Court rules and if they follow their jurisprudence over the past 4 years, they are driving in the stolen car. Although we got this in good faith, this could be the conclusion. And what could be the consequences? Quite similar. I don't know whether those of you decision makers are aware of this, but this is something from 1991, how to circumvent owners, how to not take their views into account, to do something. This will have consequences, and somebody will have to pay for this in the end, because the jurisprudence of the European Court is clear. Once you intervene in property, when you encroach upon this, then it's a problem. You need to pay. And about 1/3 of Slovenia is protected. And then also we speak a lot about supporting agriculture when we have such great conferences. However, regulations, measures, inspections, guidelines they are opposite, drastically opposite to what we are hearing today and what is being decided. If you look at measures, the ultimate objective of nature conservation in Slovenia is for the population that foresters and farmers live, because we are the enemies of nature, and this is being put into practice. We had sheep. Of course, tourism were happy when we had sheep. This was a tourist attraction, but then we were fined because of feces on the road. So again, stark opposite what is happening, theory and practice. Now we have a municipal spatial plan in Kranjska Gora. I don't know what is the rationale. We don't have any expert basis, but overgrown agricultural land should be transformed into forests. Once and for all, we say goodbye to cultural landscape in this valley, Upper Sava Valley. We have several hundreds of hectares of agricultural land, which should be protected by constitution. Now, this will turn into forest. This is irreversible. I cannot restore this meadow. And now I have evidence, but now this is forest. It has turned into a forest, and we can only dream about this. Here, there are differences between theory and practice, not to mention wolves, the economy, etc. I only say this is the accelerator of different processes, the objective being for humans to be removed and nature is left to nature. Thank you for your opinion. Another hand, Ksenia. Thank you for giving me the floor. Sonia from the Nature Protection Local Unit Kranj. Let me be short. I will try to be as short as possible. Just two specific questions to Ms. Kalin on tourism. I have to say that it is great that tourism has recognized nature and nature conservation in Slovenia as an opportunity. But this is also a threat for nature. Tourism is a booming sector, as we see. Hence, probably we will start to talk more about tourism really being green and not just around green. And I have one question. The Catering Act is being amended, as you mentioned. How about amendments? Are there any specific provisions that would demand that somebody can engage in catering and tourism establishments, whether we need to have compliance with building permits, with purpose of tourism activity? If not, I present an initiative for this to be included, because in many areas, especially in the Triglav National Park and in other areas in agricultural land, we have holiday buildings that are being erected, etc. Second, when it comes to the green tourism scheme, have you envisaged anything about directing tourism to areas that are less vulnerable, so that they would have tourists in the areas where they would not create any significant harm? Unintentionally, because people are not familiar with laws of nature, this could lead to a great threat for biodiversity. I believe that today we heard a lot. Biodiversity has a huge positive impact on agriculture, on management. These ecosystems are more resilient to climate change and everything that comes, and hence it's worth to preserve them. Thank you. Stana, but please be brief. Look, we talked a lot about animals' nature, but we didn't discuss a lot about people living here. Also, we saw many regulations and schemes displayed here on the screen, but we are forgetting two umbrella documents, because agriculture is very susceptible to legislation. We are in the alpine ecosystem, and we need to follow, as mountain farmers, all different pieces of legislation. Alpine farmers are being treated by legislation in a different way, and this is something that we forget. All of you who have shown different regulations and schemes failed to mention this. One regulation at the national level, Article 71, there is a clear definition. The state should take care of social and economic progress of the population in the areas where we are today. My question: what has our state been doing in this direction? We saw many slides. I failed to notice this. And then there is another regulation, an international one. Slovenia is a signatory to the Alpine Convention, the Memorandum on Agriculture. And this memorandum calls upon states to report on how they implement this memorandum in practice. Periodically, they need to report to the repository located in Austria. My question: how about the state of Slovenia? Since we signed this in 1991, did we report to this repository? How do we take care of the alpine population, alpine people living for agriculture? And if so, can we get this report? Can we take a look at this report? Thank you. Very well. Stane? Another Stane? Let me just go back to what Tone has mentioned, our agricultural advisor. First, let me emphasize that I am extremely very pleased that this strategic plan, you recognize the importance of small mountain farms, because every farm matters. In the past, this was not the case. I have a specific question. Investments. Today, you presented the first data on the inclusion within this new strategic plan. You were very satisfied. Of course, these calls were not yet published and you don't have the data. But based on the data from the last programming period, let me draw your attention to one thing. Small farms, but they are important farms in the area where we are. The upper Savinja Valley or the Carinthia region. They are not successful when they bid at these calls for proposals. They presented many applications and they didn't receive the funding. Hence, I would like to draw your attention that now, before you prepare new calls for investments and proposals, think about that, have this in mind. Prepare target-oriented calls or scoring system with criteria so that mountain farms from these areas, less favored areas, will be able to bid successfully. Because investments are very important for development and survival and viability of farms in these areas. Thank you, Stane. There were several questions for you, Ms. Dubravka. Tone put the question, and then there were several others. I think Sonia, you should start, followed by Simona, on investments if possible. And maybe some others would like to respond as well. Yes, perhaps, just briefly. If I respond, tourism farms, given the fact that the strategy was elaborated by the Ministry of the Economy, maybe the focus was not so much on farms, yet there is still a lot of room for them within Policy 7, where we speak about products. Our ministry definitely recognized the importance to develop unique tourism on tourism farms, unique tourism products. Therefore, we include them in the promotion through the Slovenian Tourist Organization. and we encourage and provide incentives for that. Secondly, regardless of the strategy, tourism farms also have the possibility to bid for funding within the Recovery and Resilience Facility. Many applied. We received several applications. As for this current draft of the Catering Act, where we will have categorization solutions, together with the Association of Tourism Farms of Slovenia, we will have the so-called fifth apple. Therefore, tourism farms will also have the possibility to reach the highest standard. Therefore, yes, we are also trying to incorporate tourism farms. Last but not least, those of you who know they amount for 3% of overnight stays, but there is a huge impetus, and I believe that these numbers will grow even more. Many tourism farms have seen the potential and added value, and therefore, yes, with pleasure, they will be involved, and this will be recognized. As for cooperation of our ministry with nature protection institutions, especially I would like to sincerely thank the Kranj unit. You helped us when we needed your help the most. Certainly, I understand when we develop tourism, then we really need to have an extensive dialogue. I joke a bit, saying tourism is like vegeta, like panacea. It has spices for everything. It can be put in every dish. Hence, we don't just talk. I think we talk with everyone except with the military, thank God, because if we have to talk with armed forces, then we know that we are really in trouble. But let's put this joke aside. We understand that this is very important. We are with you. We are your ally. As for the Catering Act, let me tell you that when it comes to operating licenses, permits, and use, another legislation regulates this. The Mechanical Engineering and Construction Act, we are not responsible for that, and we will not intervene in this. But when it comes to renting and facilities, rooms, establishments, this is now one of the conditions to be entered in the register. This will be a huge endeavor, given many anomalies that we unfortunately have in the system. As for the question of redirecting different flows, we are well aware of this. If I remember correctly, 38% of overnight stays in Slovenia is generated by municipalities in mountain areas, so 38%. We hope that now with Tourism Pulse and developing the tool of IT center, we will have a tool not just to monitor, but to forecast these trends, and we will be able to redirect them if necessary. Yet, this is just one of the tools. But our ministry is well aware of one important fact. You cannot simply drive away tourists and tell them to go elsewhere. You need to do it sensibly. And of course, because of the nature of the environment, I believe that everyone sitting here is aware that the Julian Alps is one of the most attractive locations and destinations in Slovenia. Sometimes I say that Slovenia has tourism of two speeds. Some regions has fast pace of development, some regions lag behind. Now with new investments, when we will invest in public tourism infrastructure and high quality accommodation, we try to do everything. So the tourism infrastructure, and later in the following 2 years, well, we will have the new cohesion envelope for products. 50% of this envelope will be for Eastern cohesion region, which is less developed. and to have this experience tourism, experience destinations, products. In this way, we would like to motivate and stimulate other regions of our hen. So Slovenia has this hen shape, and they will be attractive for tourists as well. Frankly speaking, what I have said now is not a popular statement for all, because tourism strives to have the biggest impact, to have as many visitors as possible. However, Slovenia adopted the strategy saying less is more. I think this is the right way to go. Indeed, the ministry, when it comes to infrastructure and also products, we follow this vision and we try to empower and enhance and include many regions in Slovenia so that all these tourism flows will be redistributed as much as possible. Still, we don't say we have over-tourism. There are certain spots or locations that have the highest burden, but everything excessive is too much. And here I agree with you. We need to create conditions so that these spots and locations will have lower burden, and we focus on this because we are aware that not just one part of the state should bear the brunt and have the entire burden of Slovenian tourism. Thank you. Maybe Simona, in terms of investments. Property, how this impinges on property rights. There were many initiatives and demands that we send this. Could anyone respond to this maybe later? Thank you for your questions. I will start with a comment. There was a question before on the Slido. Paul, what do you want? Comprehensive reform of CAP or adapting or fine-tuning of what we already have? Why am I saying this? Because of your question in relation to how can we adapt so fast and how can we correct and amend measures that we have. This is indeed a problem. I was in favor of this first version, that this wide range that we have at European level, we have this new implementation model making it possible to respond specifically given the needs that we have. And not to have major reform. We had a major reform with this programming period already. Now we need to wait and see the results. If these results are such, because the strategic planning should be also result-oriented more, and this should be upgraded, and we should continue with this. On the other hand, huge changes could also mean huge consequences in terms of income for farmers. And everything that you have mentioned already. This is more an answer to your first question. As for taxation of payments for less favored areas, this is a national story, national decision. You all know that the Ministry of Agriculture is really trying very hard here. We want to come up with a solution. But as we have heard already, this change came because the European level didn't recognize full or 100% compliance for environmental objectives. And it is very important what we heard from our Director General, Mr. Burcher, that we demonstrate this important indirect impacts of these payments, evidence-based and results-oriented. Results really matter so that you can lead the debate in this direction. As for investments, you all know that investment dynamics has this 1+2 rule. We had the extension from the last programming period. because this programming period entered into force later. So far, we have been successful, and we were able to draw on these funds. I am convinced, and I do believe, that one of the priorities or priority tasks of the ministry would be that we will do it in the right way and we don't perceive any problems. We had the approach 1+3. This was our starting point. Investment funds for rural development had to be consumed within the free period at the latest. Now this is 1+2. This was reduced slowly at the European level. We hear more and more voices that this could be or should be addressed or adjusted. On purpose and intentionally, I didn't want to speak about funding available. 1.8 billion might be a lot within a 5-year period for the strategic plan. Yet, if we look at the cross-section, how these funds are divided, there is a lot of focus on the environment. And the government also assured a higher rate of co-funding, more national funds within this programming period. Why? If not, we wouldn't have enough money for investments. But still, investments in agricultural activity to boost competitiveness, 56 million for a 5-year period, 11 million annually. But there is a lot of demand for this fund, for this funding. We need to be aware of this. Decisions that were taken when we allocated the money has consequences. We will need to have a thorough analysis whether we achieved the results that we wanted. So much from me. But of course, more focus on mountain farms. This is also the case for these investments, especially those who have standard output up to 12,000 euro per annum. There will be a lot of focus and a lot of attention for these farms. I hope that I've covered everything. Thank you, Ida. Thank you for giving me the floor. One reply. Voluntary measures. Limitation of property rights, about infringement of the property right, not taking into account owners. I will speak about CAP, on how we manage Natura. As for legislation, I will not discuss this now. But I will just speak about measures that we implement through Natura implementation or CAP. We limit property rights, as we heard, with CAP. If somebody doesn't want for this property right to be limited, then then you are not involved in CAP and you will not get the money. Eligibility for CAP, there are certain limitations and there is conditionality, and this is this baseline. This activity that owners receiving money or funding from CAP have to implement so that they are eligible for payment. All the EU population undertook and committed to disperse this money for CAP. For production, for agriculture, 30% of the funding should be also linked to nature conservation measures. The WTO, we need to justify to them CAP in a way that this funding contributes to nature conservation. If you want to have CAP funding, then you need to do something in return, in exchange, to benefit nature. If you don't agree with CAP conditions, then you are not involved and you will not receive funding and you will have to survive on the market. You will have to be viable. It's a harsh truth and a fact, but nobody speaks this, and I think it's right that we hear this aspect as well. As for all other measures that were addressed, they are based on voluntary approach. nature conservation measures of CAP, they are all voluntary. They were devised in a way that the content was first defined by those who know best what are qualifications of habitat types, what needs to be done for a specific type of habitats, so that this will be preserved in the future as well. Over the past 2 years, we were preparing the strategic plan together with Mr. Ravnjank. We often had interesting debates on the topic. What measures, agri-environmental and climate measures. We also discussed this with agricultural land owners, members of agricultural organizations were approached as well. And some things were mitigated, yet there is some sort of concept to conserve habitat types, because this is a voluntary approach and you can opt in or opt out and you receive funding. We really regret that we failed from our ministry to make sure that these funds for these measures, agri-environment and climate measures, would be even higher. Because from the last programming period, what farmers get for these measures are too low compared to other measures. And here farmers have strict limitations and they are too low. I agree. I would like to appeal to our ministry, because we have a representative here from the ministry. And I also said that we have cohesion funding, 68 million available to us within this financial perspective, you know. And we also discuss compensation, but these are other procedures. And here it will take a while. Also compensations will be slowly coming. But you will not be able to engage in land cultivation. But this is a strategy for the future. Now everything is open. I wanted to say this. And I also encourage that you wanted to get involved in the elaboration of measures. This will be enabled by this new intervention when we will test nature conservation measures in protected areas. Somebody will have nature conservation contents, and then we will have farmers, and they will say which are the measures that are appropriate for habitat types. Maybe we will find a compromise or another solution how to preserve these new habitat types. And I have one plea. I've already mentioned investments in the area of nature conservation, such as hedges, this grassland pastures, co-funding of 30%. This is subsidized. We should have 100% of subsidies, because farmers will not have walls or hedges and they won't invest in this. It will be sensible to have this 100% subsidy. Franz, I will explain. We don't hear the speaker because he's not using the mic.
So I wanted to draw attention to agriculture, which is quite well dealt with the possibility of voluntary entry. But in forestry, we don't have that chance. There's a regime. And what Mr. Pogacznik pointed out is that for a regime, he is expecting some financial compensation, which of course cannot be the means from CAP. Well, I'm not sure if this is covered, considering if Natura 2000 is in the background. But let us not go further into this debate. I do understand this initiative. There's just one question about Alpine Convention and reporting. We'll figure that out. We'll inquire about that, Stane, right? Blanka Barton. I come from the Ministry of natural resources and spatial planning. I will say a few words about Alpine Convention because it has been mentioned a few times today. I'm very pleased to hear it being mentioned because we've been participating within the convention over the last 2 years. The protocol was mentioned, fisheries agriculture, which was ratified in the National Assembly of this country. Just the same goes for the rest of the 7 protocols on environment protection, protecting soil, mountain forest. Maybe I forget a few. But anyway, as for the reporting, the state is obliged to provide a report every 10 years. The last report was drafted in 2022, so in 10 years. In other words, in 2032, the next report will be drafted by the committee for assessing the implementation of Alpine Convention. Every country has to submit its report, just as Mr. Bergant mentioned, and it is done by such a way that all sectors participate, and this is a big report, and on the basis of which a summary is drafted. So this, can we get this report? Yes, it's on the website. A summary is on the website. You will send me the link, and we will submit it further. Okay, we have now completely entered the time framework for lunch, but the system has collapsed. So next year we'll have to do it differently, but I still suggest to change the order. I will ask Ms. Žveglič to make sure we can all be here, because we can hear to the speaker having to leave after this presentation. So we'll have lunch straight after, and we'll continue with 2 more presentations and a debate, a round table, which will be the peak of tonight, of today's program. But if you leave us before that, I'm sure you will undoubtedly miss a very important part of the seminar. So I advise you to come back after lunch. I'm not asking, but I do advise you to come back, because you'll receive great information. Everything that has been said so far will be heard through the practice of people who experience it. And we also have an excellent chair of the round table who will be able to bring it all together in summary. So, Roman Žveglič, please, the floor is yours. We were asking the speakers in this part to focus on assessment of the state of affairs. We also asked them to touch on a smaller area. Of course, this is Bohinj, looking at the situation in this area and assessing it from the national viewpoint. Hello, everyone. My apologies for joining you late, but I will leave early, according to the old-fashioned practice in the rural areas. Anyway, we were looking and talking about the communication. The communication is one person speaks, the other one is not listening. So I will reflect on the strategies listening to other speakers. A German philosopher said, in long term, every strategy can be great. Emil will know more about who the person was, because the problem it can be that in short term, one can even die, in theory. But this is what we will have to be aware of. So this is a situation of agriculture in Slovenia. On screen, you can see the number of agricultural holdings, the number in 2000, how many we lost. And also, you will see the heads of cattle. The number is lower compared to 2000. 44, almost 45,000 farms deal with agriculture. But again, you see the numbers dropping, and you see the number of heads of cattle. Again, we are dropping the numbers, with the exception of sheep. But we have one animal with a huge surplus, which is deer. but this is quite serious. We were looking at number of heads of cattle, 9.1 per house per farm. But I mentioned before how the taking of wild boar has changed and how we have increased the taking of deer. But this pressure on agricultural land is very big because it influences the competitiveness of agriculture. So this is the number of applications for the measures of common agricultural policy. Of course, they are on the decline by 14%, by 10,000 over the years. It's interesting to note in 2022, we had some 54,000 farms and we have 44,000 farms working on 10 hectares of land, and only 10,800 farms have more than 10 hectares of agricultural land. So artificial intelligence made this picture. This is what agriculture looked like in the past. There's a cow, there's a pig, but we had a circular system. We had energy, we had transport, we did not need to purchase oil, we needed something else. We needed different things. And we spoke about nature and what is given to us by nature. Less favored areas amount to 76%, and I believe that we will find good solutions according to the last meetings that I've had with policymakers. We know that the taxation is exclusively a political decision. If there is one thing in the universe that's political, is taxes. So one needs to pay taxes and one needs to die. These are two given facts. We heard a lot about Natura 2000. We saw all of this data, but now let us move on to Bohinj. 61% is within the Triglav National Park. Over the last years, we have lost some agricultural land, or less land is used. But it is interesting to note that the fields in Bohinj amount to more than 40 hectares, which is about 3,000 hectares less than what Panvita has on lease from the state fund, for example. And now, animal husbandry in Bohinj, we heard something about that already. But what are the positive impacts of agriculture? They should be. Actually, the agriculture should not have negative impacts. It should have exclusively positive ones. But this production of local food is important to note as a positive impact, preservation of biodiversity, preservation of natural cultural heritage, which is the backbone of tourism, and then people still live in rural areas and they work the land. And what are the challenges and fears, as I've mentioned before? They lead us to consider small size of farms. They are not connected. In Slovenia, we're not so good at connectivity. Us farmers have huge egos, and we believe that we are quite capable of doing everything on our own. So the result is the abandoned farms are purchased by new owners, turning them into apartments for tourists, or tourist farms, which is maybe okay in some areas. But on the other hand, if we have people moving to the rural area and they do not possess sufficient knowledge about what is farming, and then, of course, we're aware of problems of cocks singing too early. Do you know why a cock will sing 2 hours too early? Because later on, the chickens, the hens won't let their rooster have a word. So that's why they are the first to sing. Okay, we showed you the image of a farm before. A horse, a cow, a pig, everything was there. And now low carbon imprint is also important to note. As the European MP mentioned, we are focusing on young farmers as well because they need one key component to survive, which is expansion needs to be provided to them so that the economy of scope will also include their employment. The problem of new buildings is being noted in urban areas and also in rural areas. There's no problem when we're talking about building a new shopping center, but the policy should be aware that once you build somewhere, you cannot use that land anymore. We always need to therefore seek the opportunity to be clever when we talk about building. Of course, legislation now. We always have a problem when something is on the table, we submit comments, but the comments are not taken into account. Eventually, it turns out that they were taken into account, and it's like a little kitten catching their own tail, never catching it. And this is what we are doing. We have expert groups who present something, and then policymakers have to take a step back. And at the end of the day, common agricultural policy has to do the same. And interest groups also who represent farmers sometimes have to do the same. And from environmental viewpoint, certain rivers had an increased levels of phosphates and nitrates in waters, and they said, well, farmers will have to perform soil analysis. And we said, yeah, okay, no problem. And we did all the analysis of soil, detecting the reasons, and that was it. No further debate. So us, the farmers, perform this analysis over a whole year of our soil, and then we find that there's just a trace of phosphate. Nothing is nitrates, but of course these levels are still detected in waters. And then a year later, they figure out that a single application does not need to include that any longer. But at the onset, we need to hear about the reason why the water has increased levels of nitrates and phosphates. Is it due to purifying plants not operating? Is it inappropriate sewage from certain households and so on? We need to really see who is to blame. And then you can figure that out. And it was detected that this is not a problem of farming. So the promotion of agriculture and farmers' work is something we all want to see more of. It is our blame as well. We shouldn't always just point fingers at others, suggesting that they are to blame. But these are the processes that, of course, we'll need to tackle, especially those who have less gray hair, but some of us also need to take a step back because we are a reflection of revolutionary times years ago. But what is of key importance is also to have the public services operating well and to have investments in knowledge, in advisors, in public advisory service. We need to preserve it, we need to have it, we need to improve it. It needs to be said, of course, what the state wants, what the farmers want. We need to listen to all sides and then ensure money for what is needed. And what do we need for the future? Of course, we want most what is not written on screen, which is honest prices and smart relationship from the farmer to the final consumer. And of course, we also want to be aware of the fact that we are willing to stick to the contracts and these agreements. This is all from me. I went through my presentation quite quickly. I must admit that when I listened to what was said before, my thoughts were quite scattered, but I hope I did not appear to be scattered anymore when I was speaking just now. As mentioned, we are always available to the public service and in the chamber, in the representation part. Of course, not only do we wish to protect the interests of the farmers, but the interests of individual farms have to be put into a joint view. And we need to see what else is good for the state, for the republic, and we need to keep working in that direction. And this is what we are trying to do. Thank you. We present all the speakers with a simple gift. This is our collective brand name of Bohinj. And now you're all kindly invited to join us for lunch, and then we'll see you back. I don't know what the time is. 3:30, is that doable? Okay, so 3:30, and please be back on time. Thank you. So now Hrvoje Urošić, the director of the
Nature Conservation.
Of the Nature Conservation Institute, was supposed to take the floor now. So his presentation will be provided by Mateja, his colleague. Ida said that we often had heated discussions with Mateja. We often had such heated but rather constructive discussions. So I'm looking forward to her presentation. So Mateja, please, the floor is yours. I will be very, very brief. Welcome on my personal behalf as well, but not only on my behalf, as it was mentioned originally. Our director, Teohir Hrvoje Uršanić, the director of the Nature Protection Institute of the Republic of Slovenia, was supposed to be with us, but unfortunately he is ill, so he is just sending his best wishes and greetings to all of you. So let us get started, not to be too long. The presentation, which is coming up, was set up in 3 parts. As it was mentioned in the introduction, we were asked to present, first of all, a general state of affair on the situation considering habitat types in Slovenia. In the second part, we are going to go much lower to the very local level, in this case to the municipality of Bohinj, because you are so kind as to host us, and we will see what potential challenges are we facing at the local level. And in the end, I will present some specific and concrete recommendations for the continuation of our work and for planning. Let me start this presentation with a symbolic date that happened not too long ago. The 25th of April is a symbolic date because it carries a very strong message to all of us. It is about the so-called Slovenian Day of Ecological Debt. This is a day assessing the time when we would have utilized all natural resources in Slovenia within 1 year. So from this viewpoint, I am saying that there is a big warning to all of us, because this date draws an attention to the fact that we are exceeding our capacities and capabilities. So until the end of this year, we are already living from the debt. And the invoice, so to speak, will follow. Biodiversity has been discussed extensively today already. We often receive a question, why is biodiversity important to begin with? But today's discussion, and all the previous speakers have already mentioned, that it is no longer a question whether biodiversity is important or not. Very often, we look at biodiversity through the eyes of why it is important. And this is the purpose of the transparency on screen. If we have preserved our nature, then we have stable systems. Apart from food and water, which is presented in orange, we considerably contribute to mitigating climate change, and we should not forget everything that nature provides to us for our physical and mental health. We enjoy our exercise in nature, and we feel really happy when we can enjoy a beautiful view of the mountains and of the sea and so on. And also economic benefits are important. So today's event is discussing three sectors: nature protection, agriculture, and tourism. This slide and this image was already presented to you by colleague Ida, so there is no need to dwell on it again, because I believe she managed to explain very well what it stands for, how agriculture and nature protection are intertwined. In other words, what does preserved nature mean for some other sector? I might just add that these systems that we see with intense landscape on the right brings certain also some positive impacts, because it's easier to work the land, we have better economic results. But on the other hand, we need to be aware of the fact that these kinds of agro systems are very sensitive to climate change, and there might be unpredictable phenomena occurring, and colleague Ida also spoke to that and what it means if you need to renovate or if you suffer from flooding that we had last year, and we're aware of the costs in order to put things back to normal. So the assessment of species is important, and we can't avoid by looking at how this is done to begin with. With this assessment, three criteria are evaluated. The first one is the size of the population, the numbers, which means that we take into account the number of a given population in an area. The second phenomena is the size of a habitat, the surface, so to speak. And eventually, we also look at the natural status, whether a given habitat has all necessary structures. For example, nesting possibility, feeding habitat is important, and so on. So we look at what species can survive in this kind of a habitat. So these three elements are assessed. We often get a question of how is this assessment relevant or not? Well, this assessment is never performed on the basis of a single research or a single elaborate, but we look at all available data. So these data sources are monitoring sessions of species that are done via national schemes. Further on, we utilize different data of research through different projects, expert work, field assessment, and so on. So we look at numerous sources so that this assessment can be based on expertise. Unfortunately, we do not have enough time now to go into further detail species by species, nor by individual groups, but we only have an overview, a cross-section on screen, looking at most exposed groups of, be it species or habitats within agricultural areas that can be under threat from agriculture. So the first category is lowland grasslands. You can see two graphs presenting the situation for Slovenia. We are talking about our country here, and you can see that on 60% of the areas with lowland grasslands, the situation is unbeneficial. If we look at the preservation of the habitat, we are talking about natural protection, natural conservation factor, and what is needed by species, we still see the situation even worse. And one can conclude that as for lowland grasslands, we have severe issues. The situation is very bad, not only because the scope is small, the areas are shrinking, but we are lacking all structures necessary to improve the quality of the habitat. The second category, the second group, respectively, is grassland butterfly species. And lately, we are discussing this issue extensively. And we see the data. What might be most worrying is the fact that on the 8% of surfaces, certain species have already disappeared. So we have a trend of reducing the population. And if we look at this cross-section, again, more than 50% is red, which is not a good situation. The same goes for the size of the habitat, and the same goes for the quality. In other words, appropriate or inappropriate management. Another important group is a group of species which, for their existence, need a mosaic landscape rather than monotonous fields or something similar, but rather they need variety in the sense of fields, pastures, grasslands, orchards, all of that. Grassland orchards are also disappearing, but on the basis of the assessment, it can be concluded that these species are not doing too well either. And we have considerable difficulties. And now, very briefly, what challenges are we facing at the local level within the municipality of Bohinj? First of all, we touched on the EU framework and then national framework, but now, since we are coming closely to an end of our event today, we are moving to the local level. So at first glance, when you look at the screen, you can see that the municipality of Bohinj is very rich in natural specialities, so to speak. We can find areas with quite different status. It's worth saying that protected areas are or important areas which are defined according to our national legislation, while Natura 2000 area, as colleague Ida explained to you before, is about the implementation of the European acquis. So not much more can be said apart from the first image, top left image stands for protected area. Triglav National Park has been mentioned, and we can see how the municipality is rich in natural values. We are talking about the sources of water, springs, caves, trees that are included. What are the challenges that we face in the municipality of Bohinj? I will present some of the results, but I will not go into details. We will look at the grassland, first of all, in lowlands, because these extensively grown grasslands are most exposed. This picture on screen shows everything that is going on in this area. Mapping was made in 2014 and 2021 in this area, and during that period of time, we see these grasslands disappearing on 6% of the area, and this is a reflection of intensive use of the land, so we are not dealing with overgrowth here. In general terms, there is a general rule suggesting that the situation of grasslands in higher areas is better, which does not mean that there are no problems, which means that it is quite interesting to note that the higher areas are faced with a rather different problem of overgrowth on one hand, and on the other, due to over-intense use, because in mountainous area, this is not shown by a grassland turning into a field, but overgrazing can be a difficulty. Because animals spend too much time on one spot. In the mountainous areas, we also have problems. For example, at the bottom picture, you see one type of a butterfly that is endangered, and it might disappear in the future. But if we look at the situation with waters, with grasslands, we focus more on agricultural sector, but here we focus more on tourism. We also have difficulties here, especially with an increased content of nutrients in mountainous lakes, mountain lakes, which is connected to people visiting these areas. There are mountain cottages also in the vicinity and so on. As for the lowlands, with the local river, Sava Bohinj, we have detected a trend of managing and strengthening the river banks. Within 5 years, you can see with the Institute, we received 13 applications to do something with the banks of the river. So colleagues from Kran municipality have a lot of work to do here. But I need to draw attention to the fact that certain works in the sense of strengthening the banks are also planned outside the settlements where we have some threats of flooding. So in the future, maybe some solutions can be found. And now an example. And this is an example of good practice. We're talking about Bohinj Lake, where our institute was assessing the capacity of what the lake can provide and how much it can handle. This story is not completely finished yet, but this is an example of good practice just because we are working together. And we are still tackling some open issues, open questions and challenges, but we did not get scared. We are still working hard, and we will persist until we come up with a joint solution. Just a few more words about the status of our forests. This area is no exception. When we suffered from windfall and from landslides, and we can also mention a good cooperation with our Forest Institute, because planting young trees is now happening with the purpose of increasing the number of deciduous trees rather than spruces. As for the challenges and suggestions in agriculture, it is quite clear that we are faced with highest number of challenges when preserving lowland extensive grasslands, also the ones in higher areas of the mountains. But what is our proposal? What would be the agenda? We would want to include agriculture in spatial planning. In Bohinj, we came across positive people who are open for cooperation. So we are already trying to prepare the plan in this area where we have more intense agricultural use, which is still acceptable from environmental viewpoint, and where it is not acceptable. So from what we know, this will be the first project of this kind. And I believe and I hope that in the future we will all be able to implement this. There's another thing. Today, the measures have been mentioned a number of times. These are systemic measures to preserve beneficial situation in agricultural land, in grassland, and of course we would want for the situation to be as best as possible. In combination with local initiatives, other market products, I believe we are succeeding. We are already succeeding really well. As for tourism, first of all, the challenges. Colleague Sonia already raised some questions in the discussion about that. So there are difficulties in tourism in the mountain areas. There's a big pressure because some areas cannot cope with so many people. There's a problem of polluted water sources, which is again connected with increased number of tourists, and then also mountain cottages are overburdened because tourists who go to the mountains demand more and more. What was also already mentioned is presenting burden for nature with some kinds of outdoor tourism, all of these activities. So how can we address these challenges in the future? What direction do we go to find solutions? Something is similar to agriculture, which is working hand in hand with spatial planning. Do we wish to move out from most vulnerable parts of nature to the environment, nature which would be able to cope with that? Then we need to define how much tourism is possible. And then people are made in such a way that we like to see something special, something extraordinary. And this captures us and captivates us. But in our desire to see that, we are probably not the only people with that sense, with that desire. But if there are too many people enjoying such beautiful locations, of course, sometimes an environment cannot cope with big numbers. And finally, mountain cottages. They used to be some modest accommodation facilities to stay the night and then you continue hiking the next day. But nowadays we see the trend of these cottages becoming hotel-like facilities, providing all comfort. So this modest hiking, mountaineering could be a product for tourism as well. So we go back to simple accommodation facilities so that the development of these mountain cottages would not go further in the direction of enlargement, turning into hotel offer rather than what the original purpose of these cottages was. Okay, so I'm coming to an end with this picture. Throughout this whole day, something was crossing my mind time and time again, because in this picture we can see what has to be done. Nature is only one. And look at how many of us is there. We all have our own desires, we all have our own interests and so on. And it is only right that no interest wins against any other interest. So if we want for everything to remain as it is so that everyone can get to their own piece of nature, as it was mentioned a number of times before, is that we listen to each other, that we are aware of other people in space, and that together we can jointly find solutions. I think this is the right way to go. And that's all from me. Matea, can I offer you a challenge? The president of the chamber was showing some data, minus farms, minus this, minus that, and you are showing worse biodiversity. Is this maybe somehow connected? Let us bring the information together. Director General, Ms. Dubravka, praised Slovenian tourist organization before. And this goes for Bohinj as well. Barbara Mrzlikar from Slovenian Tourism Organization is going to convince you all about that. The floor is yours. Thank you very much for the floor. On behalf of Slovenian Tourist Board, my presentation, if I understand correctly, is the last one. The day has been a long, so I will do my best to be short and concise. I will refer to the thoughts presented by the Madam Director of the Directorate for Tourism. So the purpose of my presentation So we are going to touch on many areas. For those of you who might not know much about Slovenian Tourist Board, let me just tell you who we are. We are a national tourist board. Our main mission is to look after planning and implementation of Slovenia as a whole, as a tourism destination at home and abroad, and also we look after sustainable tourism. We operate within 3 sectors. We are also considering some reorganization so that we address the challenges tourism is being faced with nowadays. But the main part of our activities is still focusing on responsible promotion. We do this within the first 2 pillars, dealing with either public media, public events, and then digital marketing campaigns in order to position Slovenia as a green boutique destination. And we are very responsible in that respect. This is one of the tasks that we are aware of. The communication goes in the sense of communicating what is true, what is right, and we encourage responsible actions of guests arriving at our destination. The 3rd pillar is research and development. I focus on that. Apart from research and analysis, we put a lot of emphasis on the development of sustainable practices, green scheme of Slovenian tourism. We establish a national focal point that Dubravka mentioned, support to tourist products, and I'll tell you more about that in the continuation. We wouldn't be able to do all of this without excellent partners on the destination. Slovenian tourism has been organized in such a way that, especially talking about the legislation or regulations, this is in the hands of our ministry. We are their institution for implementation in the areas that I talked about, and we coordinate everything following the leading destinations. They are grouped in 4 groups, 4 micro-regions. On a daily basis, we harmonize all the activities. So the vision, the strategy of Slovenian tourism is truly implemented in practice. And we receive feedback, suggestions, proposals from the field, from the local level, and we are looking for synergies everywhere. So how is Slovenian tourism doing? We've heard nothing about the figures. We usually start with figures. Slovenia, in spite of all difficulties, made it through the times of crisis from COVID. The graph shows our recovery. This is the data after 2023. We are growing much more rapidly than global figures and European figures suggest. So we are now back to the same situation compared to 2019, because we had considerable growth until 2019, but we are back to that. Now we had 6.2 million tourists with 16.1 million overnight stays. These are the figures from 2019. According to the structure, I think it can be reiterated that the domestic tourist is somewhat different from the foreign one. We like to spend our time in spas. We stay overnight mainly in spas. Compared to foreigners, they find the mountainous part of Slovenia most interesting. And this is where we see growth as well. This, of course, means certain challenges. How can this growth be managed? Dubravka also mentioned the strategy of Slovenian tourism with 3 different scripts to follow. Do we invest more? Do we grow more? How to invest? Or maybe opt for a middle path. This is the third scenario. A little bit more and much better is now the strategy of Slovenian tourism. In truth, looking at management of the vision of the development of tourism, Slovenia has been quite consistent. We are following policy that has been running over a longer period of time. And I'm truly happy that yesterday we received the results of the World Economic Association, providing us with the index of competitiveness every 3 years. Looking at the development policy, Slovenia has been ranked really, really high, and we made big progress, which means that our vision is a good one. So our vision is green boutique principle, which means that we want to create added value, not to the detriment of anyone. According to the lady speaking before me, many of us live here and we all need to benefit from it. Why are we doing this? Why such a daring vision of Slovenia? Because we want Slovenia to be resilient. We are developing such forms of tourism for our guests to feel well with us and also for the local population and nature to feel good. And this is a whole image, and this makes the destination resilient. What are the challenges of managing a destination and the challenges of sustainable tourism? We always like to show what was before the pandemic, and we know that even before pandemic we were saying that tourism is facing many challenges of climate change, the collapse of biodiversity, overuse of sources. We're aware of certain locations during certain periods of time reaching the level of over-tourism, not only the coast, but I'm talking about Slovenia here. Then the pandemic struck, and we focused on other new values, but we are now realizing that after a few years, the challenges remain the same. We are still faced with the challenges that we have been addressing. They're still there, but we have new ones to face. We know that we have a crisis of energy sources, high inflation. Everything influences the development of tourism. Wars. I corrected this slide because a few months ago there was war, but now wars. And then finally, new geopolitical escalations. All in all, it is quite difficult for tourism to stay fit. And the World Tourist Board came up with a envisaged possible scenario. So what are the products that led into recovery? We can see that tourism is a resilient industry. So they came up with a summary. First and foremost, they talk about mountain tourism. According to the World Tourist Board, they say that mountain tourism is to be even strengthened in the future. Looking at tourism viewpoint, this is an opportunity to disperse the flows, but on the other hand, we're all very well aware of the limitations of space and how, from the viewpoint of planning tourism in such mountainous municipalities, we need to be really careful. The second segment of tourism is sports tourism. According to the assessment of the World Tourist Board, this is one of the fastest growing industries, branches of this industry of tourism. So this goes hand in hand with events, if they are correctly placed in time and space. They analyzed what the impacts are, new jobs, better infrastructure, and so on. And the third thing that was mentioned today is cuisine. Gastronomic tourism has been growing and gaining on importance, and this is important for the identity of landscape and space we live in. And in spite of everything, two priorities remain in place. We are continuing to focus on sustainable development and digitalization. If I come back to the World Tourist Board, from the viewpoint of managing tourism, they defined 4 areas that the tourism has to strengthen and develop in order to be successful. First of all, they focus on green tourism, sustainable tourism, digitalization, smart use of digitalization, the development of new competencies and skills from different fields. And number 4 is destination management and management of destinations. This is where in tourism we've been dealing with those issues over a longer period of time, but this is coming to a forefront. All local tourist boards and the national ones somehow turned from the marketing to the management, and this is extremely important. Sometimes we also hear that certain destinations in certain moments do not need marketing anymore, but they need more management. And this is where the needs are strengthened according to the new competency, skills, and cooperation. I do not wish to trouble you with theory. I just wish for you to understand how we understand destination management. This is the definition of the World Bank, suggesting that this is a coordinated management of all the elements that make up a destination, with the objective that we have a uniform strategy of the development, management of the destination. Some time ago, we made a pilot survey. We ordered it actually with the international institution, working with the European Commission as well. And we were interested to know what the sentiment of the local population towards tourism is. So this is the so-called sentiment index. And we were positively surprised to see how Slovenian local population have a positive view of tourism. Positive attitude. This slide presents individual regions and the results there presenting different indices. So it was shown that Slovenia, again, since the survey was made in Europe, but it reflects a positive attitude of Slovenes. Maybe where there's more tourism, the attitude is not so positive. You can see how, on the other hand, Savinjska Valley, for example, would wish to see more tourists. And there are few people who are afraid of tourism. I believe we're going in the right direction. There's another slide that I did not show, but the population of Slovenia in this questionnaire made it clear that they feel a part of tourism, which is a very encouraging piece of information for us. Now, just one more slide from this survey, which showed what type of tourism is desired by the guests. And it is shown that everybody wants to support the idea that there's still room for growth of tourism, but they would prefer to see more domestic guests from other areas, which means different regions of Slovenia want guests from other regions of Slovenia rather than foreigners. This caught me personally by surprise as well, but if we have bigger events, cultural events, sports events, people see that they are quite beneficial and they recognize positive impact. Well, bigger growth, bigger responsibility. At Slovenian Tourist Board, we're very much aware of that. That is why we are repeating this mantra time and time again with all our stakeholders working in tourism. This is just one example from a hotel manual. They calculated how much should we reduce emissions by 2030 if we want to reach the objectives of Paris Agreement, which means that quite specific activities, concrete activities and acts are needed for us to reach that objective.
What helps us if we have a 5-star hotel and the best offering, if we lack resources, if we don't have drinking water for local but also foreign guests? We know that there are such problems in other countries. Slovenia is well aware of this problem, hence we are striving to have very responsible tourism at all destinations. And we can also ask what will help us if we have the best possible service without safe and delicious food. The symbiosis, synergy, connection, tourism knows very well how important this is, hence we want collaboration. And this is why we need destination management. Tourism can also be an element that can connect all other stakeholders with the economy, with agriculture, or with service economies. and we can go in the right direction with the right approach. We have a very tool 10 years ago. This was developed at the time. Director General mentioned this green scheme of Slovenian tourism. When we present this scheme, we always say we don't want to just talk without any evidence. Slovenia is green. We heard about these strong green facts. Then we developed many green policies, such as our scheme, to help different destinations and the tourism economy to be more sustainable. We, as the Slovenian Tourist Board, together with local tourism operators and organizations, try to communicate this in the right way. In the future, this will be even more important. In March, at the European level, the Green Claims Directive was adopted. Everybody who wants to say and market this green element will have to provide evidence with concrete numbers and also present some facts, so that we don't have just greenwashing. As for our green scheme, the European Travel Commission said this was one of the best tools to manage sustainable tourism. And of course, we are very happy that all leading destinations of Slovenian tourism are part of this scheme. Also, many Slovenian municipalities. Over this 10-year period, Slovenian tourism also was trained and educated to follow this green path, and they presented various proposals for development. This scheme has various levels, the highest one being platinum. I'm very happy because Bohinj was the first destination to get this platinum award or label. Huge progress, many endeavors, a lot of communication to get there to reach this platinum status. And we also have 4 other locations that followed. As you see, Ljubljana, Laško, Čatež, Brežice and Kranj for this platinum. Standards are being upgraded every year, and I believe that we will have more destinations to follow and other destinations will maintain this status. How does it look, our scheme? On the one hand, we have the system for destinations and also for providers and natural parks. It is internationally comparable. You need to provide various certificates, a lot of expertise, many expert bases, so that we say that this is really a sustainable destination. As for destination, we have to comply with as many as 84 criteria, which is quite a lot. The Slovenian Tourist Board didn't come up with these criteria. They're linked with the Global Institute responsible for certification and development of sustainable standards. They have 6 areas. As you see, destination management, nature and landscape, environment and climate, culture and tradition, social climate, and tourist and communication operations. We have assessors who visit the destinations and assess them in line with these criteria. This is really continuous work for destinations in the area of sustainability. First, you need to appoint the green coordinator. Then you need to appoint the green team. Then you need to raise awareness of the local community. The mayor needs to also sign this green commitment. And then you also, when signing green commitment, you prepare an action plan, and then we follow the implementation within this green scheme. There is quite a lot of work and it never ends, which is why we listen to complaints of small destinations saying this is too complex. We try to simplify, as Dubravka mentioned. We will optimize, decrease red tape, and we will have more and more automated system. But this work on the ground, recommendations, criteria, this is here to stay, especially now with the Green Claims Directive. It will be even more topical and we will have to work more. And one final thought, because we heard a lot about culinary and other delights. Let me show you a few charts, what we are doing here in terms of culinary art. I think it is very important in terms of Slovenia's promotion and development to maintain the identity of the Slovenian landscape. we elaborated the action plan on how to market and promote this culinary tourism in Slovenia. There were many activities. I will not go into detail, but how to build on this sustainability chain on the field, on the ground, from farm to fork to the experience, to have this tourist experience, because this is the only system that is resilient and sustainable. In the light of this, destinations have really done a great job. We highlight the importance of local brands. One of such examples is Bohinj from Bohinj. And then there are many other destinations. The taste of Škofja Loka or the taste of Ljubljana in the Štajerska region has many local brands. And now this is part of certification. We have more than 20 such local brands. They want to maintain their identity, tradition, local identity of agriculture, offering and products. They want to present this to local and foreign guests. On the one hand, not just destinations within this green scheme, we also have the sustainable commitment in terms of restaurants, providers, and tourism farm. We introduced one new category a few years ago, this Slovenia Green Cuisine, for all destinations who got one of sustainable labels, and they also signed this green commitment for sustainable gastronomy and culinary art. I forgot to mention that we have more than 70 restaurants within the Slovenia Green Cuisine, which shows that catering establishments want to work in line and in synergy with the local environment. And local guides, gastronomy, culinary guides recognized this. Slovenia is one of the best cases. As for our Slovenian Tourist Board, we also offer promotion support to these catering establishments and restaurants. We know this is very valuable. I will just show you at the end a very short movie. What does it mean to be sustainable as a provider and as a restaurant? We filmed this for different communication channels and campaigns. This one is on the other side of the hill, probably you know it, so sun rose. So this was renovated. There was a lot of emphasis on gastronomy because we think that guests are attracted by it. In addition to natural characteristics, the Julian Alps and the Triglav National Park. As for gastronomy, local dishes with a new modern note, which makes it attractive to the modern times. We have local suppliers, and we are quite fortunate in this respect. We are quite small, which is why we can get all the quantities. There was a lot of love when designing our place, how to make sure that there is a homey feeling. We have ceramic tiles from the period of the end of the 19th century. There are other specific details, for example, beehives, the stories from Bohinj. We also have a bell from the first owner in 1890. Our rooms, our gastronomy, they all reflect traditional stories, and this is upgraded in a modern way. And they remember this, guests remember this for a long period of time. We skipped one, but I believe it's high time for me to end. Thank you for your attention. I'm available for questions. Thank you very much, Barbara. Let us continue. We need to have another chair here. I would like to ask our panelists to join me here on the stage. Emil, you will take the floor because you will moderate our round table. Good afternoon. A warm welcome to all of you who are so brave. This was really a long therapy session. Those who are older than 60 should be banned from organizing consultations, because we live in the world where you need to speak and say everything. If you skip something, everything is wrong. If those who are 30 years younger, we would have 2 panels and movies and the end of it. It wouldn't be so long. But anyhow, this is quite beneficial, what we heard today. It is really exceptional meeting of 3 different worlds, unique for Slovenia, to have representatives from agriculture, then a representative from tourism, and representatives from nature conservation, a normal atmosphere, some tension, but no weapons, and they are trying to find a dialogue, a new path, and this, in fact, is the beginning of something that we really need. I will present panelists later because we are a bit late, but let's say that we will finish in good time. I will shorten the roundtable a bit. Why we are here? We will attempt to learn whether it is possible after 2024 at this location in the protected area, and if we replicate this to other similar protected areas in Slovenia, and here we are at the roots, 100 years of the Triglav National Park. Bohinj is an exceptional location, etc., etc. And we will debate one simple question: whether people will stay here. Are the people here to stay? How will they survive? Will they be able to be involved in farming, agriculture, or they will just be engaged in tourism and travel and commute elsewhere for work? What will happen with nature in this ecosystem? What will happen with species, animal species and plant species? We have great richness here. All 3 elements of sustainability, then the economy, that the population will be efficient, that it will be economically viable, the nature will be preserved, and maybe some areas will be even restored and regenerated. And thirdly, that this area is socially viable, that we have the population, it's not just reserved for elites and boutique hotels where rich people from Ljubljana will come, or those from the north side of the Alps, but rather that we will have something that the local population might benefit from. We covered 3 different layers today, and what is here now at this round table is double. First, to reflect on these 3 layers, traps. First, we heard the European story, this concept, top, the concept of community. Here is the community that we live, and we are very fortunate and happy to have maybe even man number 1, the first man, or man number 2 in the European Union, Mr. Bircher. And we have a very high representative from the Economic and Social Committee. Then we also had our MEP. He was very nice, but he's quite radical in Brussels, but he's trying to survive politically. And we have this European dimension, so we had that first, then the national level. We had an exceptional presentation of the Ministry of Agriculture and also the Ministry of Natural Resources and Spatial Planning. And then we also heard from the Ministry of the Economy responsible for tourism. We are all critical of the government, that there is nothing that they could do, and we are afraid. But what we heard today was concise, very professional, and packed with information. Well done. And then we had the third level, semi-public, semi-interests. We had the Chamber of Agriculture and Forestry, Nature Conservation Institute, and Slovenian Tourist Board. They are all part of these activities, and they try to bring these contents to people. So top down, from wishes, generic views, legislation, European guidelines, national concepts. We will try to adapt this and see how this is taking place in the real world. We have representatives from farmers, tourism, and then the real nature conservationist, two of them, in fact, from the Triglav National Park, and one representative from the most visible ornithologists in Slovenia, bird associations, and they will tell us how do they see this. Aside from these beautiful guidelines, what is the real situation on the ground? What is good? Don't just complain, please, because we are in a beautiful setting, so all is well. What is good? What are the opportunities, threats, and also solutions? We will have 2 rounds. Round number 1, your reflection, the current status. Given what you heard, you can also present your own story. What matters is to be short and concise, says the moderator. And let me start with our agricultural bubble. We will start with the youngest person here. Maybe you delivered him as a museum showpiece. Mateusz Pretnar. This month was the month when he became the owner of the farm. His dad, we know him quite well, Pretnar is the family name. He also works at the Triglav National Park. And now Mateusz took over the farm. He is now a person who finished university, has a degree, and he can tell us how does he see all these things. I have the feeling that we talked a lot by using old language, old terms, old ways. How do young people see this? Is it promising to stay as a farmer? How to have the synergy with nature? Mateusz is a hunter. Probably he will tell us a few hunting stories. 3 minutes I give you, please. Very well, thank you for giving me the floor. Indeed, there are conditions to stay here, especially this coexistence between agriculture and tourism offers many opportunities for young people to stay. Of course, tourism is the main sector, enabling us to survive, to remain viable, because areas and surfaces in the Alps are extensive. You need to find additional source of income or to focus on products with higher added value. And we speak about good things now, right? Yes. What is good about this when it comes to the concept of agriculture and tourism? We have short supply chains, which is good. We have local culinary art, what we heard already, this culinary story that we can present. And the main thing is to preserve and maintain our landscape and agricultural land. Hence, this landscape is so interesting, and it is what it is. And this extensive part of agriculture, which prevails in the Alpine region, has this functionality. Nobody goes on holidays to Kočevski Rog. This is the area in Slovenia. We all go to the Soča Valley, to Bohinj, to the Dolomites, Switzerland, Tyrol. And what are our challenges? Another side of the coin, how to maintain this extensive agriculture in the Alpine region. How about farmers? Do you destroy or do you maintain or preserve biodiversity, in your opinion, in the Alpine region? I believe that we maintain this. If we speak about extensive, we maintain the status. Do you mean that these surfaces are here to stay? Cultural landscapes are being preserved? Are you sure that there are no other negative impacts of agriculture and farming after meadows, after this green rug, after mowing? It's more difficult in the Alps. Any negative things that you would like to raise? Oh, I can speak about negative things as well. Okay, very well. If we said that we need this extensive farms, our main challenge here, given the fact that we are dealing with cattle, is a wolf. Wolves are the main problem, but this is a huge problem for us. 15 kilometers, it's a huge problem for us. Because we don't have a solution here on how to protect our cattle. The ministry of natural resources presented some solutions. In my opinion, they are not justified. Even if you count all the projects, in the long run, this will not be sustainable. And we are still waiting that we go back to the old system, which was effective, that we have the wolves in the Alpine region, or that their number is limited just as a transient factor and not as a permanent factor. So this is a huge challenge in terms of cattle breeding. If I now focus on tourism now, we have many family companies here. We had mountain huts, and then the concentration, we had camps, 80 or 70%. Still have problems with water sewage system, and public transport is a huge problem, a huge challenge. I don't know so much about Bohinj, but for the Socha Valley, it's still a huge problem and a challenge. Very well, many challenges. Now we will have plenty of challenges. Our next speaker and guest, Irina Orešnik. She represents our generation, right, Branko, so old school. She suffered everything, and she knows everything. She was responsible for agricultural statistics before we joined the EU. Then she was in Šetjošt. She established a farm, a family farm. You were one of the first at the time. At the end of the 1980s, she started with cheese production, and now she will put this aside and she will speak on behalf of the Association of Hill and Mountain Farmers of Slovenia. We heard one example now, and now we will have a more comprehensive view of mountain farmers and farms to focus on this protected area. Please start with a good story, because I know that you will have plenty of negative stories to follow. I don't know whether your assessment is correct. If I was so pessimistic, probably I wouldn't be here, and probably I wouldn't wear this hat and to be a moderator and be part of this round table after so many things that happened in the past. Perhaps one thing. I'm a bit saddened by the fact that mountain farmers in general are a very good topic for politicians. I felt quite honored because maybe the whole day we discussed in one way or another about us mountain farmers. But things are a bit different when you see reality, how mountain farmers are being supported in terms of what is a true desire of politics for us to stay in the business. I'm not quite convinced. I don't know whether we know as a nation and as the country what we want to have from mountain farmers. In terms of statistics, most mountain farms are small size or medium size farms. We cultivate over 50% of land. In terms of cattle, we also have this 50% share because mostly we are cattle breeders. But what is our problem? Mostly we are small. And if we don't have complementary and additional activities, it is difficult for us to remain viable economically. I believe we will have to address this paradox and to clarify this. If age structure is a problem when it comes to farming, it is even more problematic when it comes to mountain farmers, so this old age structure. We are enthusiasts when we started farming because this is something that we like and enjoy. We did everything to remain viable. However, today, there is not a feeling that younger generations are still thinking along these lines. They have opportunities to pursue other careers and do other things. Secondly, they want to be more successful in terms of profits and to remain viable. Generally speaking, I am involved in statistics as well. Mountain farms, in terms of investments, is highly neglected. I have the data from the previous programming period, and I believe it was also that bad before. Cultivated land, if we consider small farms and lowlands, we cultivate 3 quarters of the Slovenian land. And over the last 5-year period, how about investments? You speak about investments, you speak about public funding, EU funding mostly, yes. Less than quarter of funding. 3/4 for big farms and just 1/4 for small farms. Another question that was raised before, Branko put it, how about this intensity? Is it linked to the reduction in farms? I believe this is the case. There is a correlation. If farms are bigger, they are more intensive in terms of production. And also if we have mountain farms where we have concentration, intensity grows. They don't do so much, they don't benefit the nature. Lack of investments, there is a lack of this comparability in terms of public support between lowland, big farms and small mountain farms. And your second challenge, what else would you like to raise? This small size, we need to consider our opportunities as well. I think our opportunities, which are quite burdensome for farmers, are complementary activities, very much welcome in the context of tourism. We don't have enough offers here. We could offer more. And direct sales. In this way, you have a margin and better chances that you don't depend so much on subsidies and other operators. Here, maybe it's not so much a challenge of agricultural policy, maybe more of a challenge linked to taxation policy, how this will be regulated, because we have huge burdens here in terms of red tape administration. We need to have this registered separately. So we should cut down on red tape, closer links between complementary activities and agriculture. Therefore, more people would decide to do that. We work a lot with tourism, catering establishments. Demand for products, people really want such products from us. But what is the problem now? It's difficult to satisfy these demands and needs. I think that we could amend this at various levels of policies, not only in terms of investments. How do you see mountain farmers and nature conservationists? Do you have flowers in your cheeses? I also sell flowers through my cheese. But this is another opportunity as well to offer. Farmers, mostly, at least this is how I see things, something that we have, unspoiled nature, should be seen as an opportunity, and we should market this as well. A large portion of price of our cheese are also the flowers that we show when people come to see us on our farm. We didn't use any pesticide in the past. How about birds? Do you show them as well? I also show birds. As a child, I saw many birds, precious birds, and then they were extinct. But then 5 years ago, they came back. There were different bird species. I'm not an expert. Well, I don't know about this. So the third one from this agricultural bubble is Andrej Rebelishek. He's the head of the Chamber of Agriculture and Forestry of Slovenia, the Ptuj unit, one of the biggest establishments. They have a very good agricultural advisory service. They are also well known because of the good products of Slovenia. This is the event, an annual event. Why is he here? Not only because he's a good speaker, but also because at the Ptuj unit, they have to fight, they have to navigate. This is the area along the Drava River. A lot of tension, and Haloze, a vineyard region, mountainous area, hilly area, also Natura 2000 site. They want to strike the right balance through different projects and to also make sure that other areas have this nature conservation aspect in addition to agriculture. Thank you for giving me the floor. A warm welcome, and thank you for this brilliant introduction. It is true when you listen, and I have been part of agricultural world for 32 years. I grew up on a farm, and when you listen to all these debates today, There are some concepts and theses and one hypothesis. Who is the first guardian of nature? I think this is the farmer. Why? We need to give this recognition to farmers. When you come to the farm to compliment them on what they did within their generation, preserving habitats, that everything is well and done, and then they will cooperate with you tomorrow. But if you're just an inspector, if you inspect meadows or pastures, I don't want you that you misunderstand me, but if I just engage in controls in your garages to check about your light bulbs, whether they are energy saving or not. This is one realization. What we have, our PTUI unit has this experience. Farmers should be seen as partners, project partners. And here I would like to thank our Nature Conservation Institute. We were at the Halose region when we got together on 2 occasions. We were in Vodňance. We argued, but today it is peaceful. It's a good thing that nobody recorded our conversation or fight. Why? Because we were in 2 opposite camps. We just advocated our own policies, but today we are partners, we understand each other well, and we cooperate well. Hence, we had excellent results. We exceeded project objectives, and we came up with a proposal, agro-environmental measures for the future, results-oriented. I think this is the only way to go. Why is this competitive edge? Because then we cut down red tape for farms, that on the 5th of June you have to be engaged in lawn mowing or not. This is one of the main factors dissuading farmers to participate, because I have droughts or floods, I have rain, I am not able to do it on that very date. But if we have results-oriented approach, that farmers are also trainers, that they recognize which are habitats, because they are experts. They know about the different types of grassland on meadows, and they sense and internalize this, and then it is easier. I have to say that this cooperation between services is indispensable. It's difficult, I have to admit this. But often we are in opposite camps. I was in a meeting at our directorate, water directorate, and then you have to ask yourself, how about Natura 2000? Is it responsible for floods? Because always people are to blame, right? Anyhow, what am I trying to say? I don't want to take up too much of your time. Ahead of us is a lot of work, and we need to listen quite a lot as well. How about your farmer? Do they understand nature conservation aspects as being explained by biologists? Impossible, because the people doing explaining live in cities and the street, and you come to nature to enjoy. In the first phase, they are unable to communicate. However, later, through a dialogue, through the transfer of experience, we also listen to farmers, what they are doing to preserve this habitat, this grassland. Tomorrow we will all succeed. But if we just have our own view as the only one, that we are experts from the faculty, this is the only way to go, we will fail. I have this experience, believe me. This cooperation between farmers, agricultural advisory services, Nature Conservation Institute, this is indispensable. Thank you. This concludes our agricultural bubble. How about nature conservation? On my left, Davorin Korin from the Triglav National Park. He feels very well now because they are celebrating 100 years of the park. We are very proud of this. This is our sacred locality, and Professor Jesenko helped setting this up, also the award of the University of Ljubljana. We can be very proud about the Slovenians, about this national park in Triglav. How do you see this as nature conservation experts who manage this area? In your opinion, what are the key stories that could help us to serve and materialize your mission? Good afternoon. First, let me tell you, because Mr. Erjavec said a few things about me, but also something outside my nature conservation bubble. I'm extremely blessed because we can listen to these contents firsthand. I work here. I'm an employee of the public institution, but I'm also a farmer. And also tourism is close to my heart. I remembered about one project of 10 or 15 years ago even. The title was visionary, namely, connecting agriculture, tourism, and nature conservation. This is a precondition of pasture, mountain pasture in this area of Posoce. I think it was a FARE project. It was in the 90s, probably. I think it was about training labor force in mountain areas. The Julian Alps, this is the area that is also closely linked to agriculture, because agriculture means that you use space, and in many cases, this also equals nature conservation measures. We all fight for agricultural land to stay in use. And this is one of the most important aspects for nature conservation. You're the most suitable person about our table because you are sent from God. You wear 3 hats. Yes, you are God sent, indeed. God asks you now, so me. What is the key challenge for this Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, for these 3 hats? Today, a lot has been said. One interesting fact, we speak about big farms, medium-sized farms. In the area of our park and mountain world, we also have even smaller farms, micro farms as we call them. We conducted an analysis. In our park, we have 150 hectares of agricultural land, grassland, cultivated by farmers with less than 3 hectares of this land of cultivation. And we wondered how to maintain these habitats in life, because we know this is not just an economical dimension, it is a bit more, something more. And we tested this with the call for proposal. For the 3rd consecutive year, it was published for the area of our park. It is one of the entry conditions. A farm shouldn't have more than, I don't know, so many, but less than 3. This was the condition, eligibility condition. So far, I think that just 3 or 4 farms applied. This shows that they cultivate the area not because of finance, but because of the way of life in the Alpine region. And when addressing development challenges, I think we need to understand this agriculture as a way of life for these people, and not just to support agriculture through activities, and they help to remain viable, as Tomasz and Mateusz mentioned. Complementary activities, other sources of income. Because in the mountainous world, you cannot just survive with only agriculture. And how about this key challenge? Connecting agriculture, tourism, and nature conservation. Thank you so much. This was a very smart answer indeed. If you put a very silly question, then you get a really smart answer. Our next speaker is Tomasz Michelic, who is one of the most important and leading ornithologists in our midst, Association for Bird Watching. They are always in a defense position. What was done wrong? But you're in the safe environment. Don't be afraid. Tomasz, how do you see agriculture and nature conservation? Can we connect both sides? Is it better or worse, as our farmers tell us? How do you see it? Thank you for giving me the floor, and thank you for inviting me. I feel well. Ultimately, we are in Bohinj. The fact is that when it comes to nature or bird conservation, because I speak for birds, this is one of the biggest challenges. If we see a decline in biodiversity, ornithologists know this area better, and numbers are clear, they are not good. I live close to Grosuplje. We have a big basin, and we lost many species, which were the symbols of grassland. And we know many typical birds, but there are just a few areas where we can have the most typical birds. When we were children, we had many larks. Now just a few regions have larks. As for challenges, maybe this is not such a problem for Bohinj compared to other areas. Here it is quite clear that nature conservation supports small and mountainous farmers. They have many positive impacts when it comes to biodiversity. If we take a look at Bohinj, we can say that we are concerned about this decline in bird biodiversity. And then agriculture also in forests led to certain positive impacts. What was interesting, hence, because if cows were going and running off to forests, it was a good thing, although foresters were critical. And then I don't know what is now happening with diversity of grassland in Dobrava area here. Maybe this intensification leads to impoverishment, but these are challenges. I'm convinced that the farmer in Bohinj should stay. I don't know whether wolves are the biggest problem. I have my doubts, but we need to listen to one another. Slovenians like to divide, to be in different camps. There are many divisions. A nature conversationist hears about the complexity of the wolf, and we are not able to listen. It's good that we heard one another today. And maybe we don't believe that wolf is a problem, but now we hear, now we note it. I think it is possible to coexist, but this should not be seen as a problem, but as a challenge that needs to be addressed. Ultimately, there are many of us who know how to reflect on things. I think that wolves will not threaten us. Luckily, I'm responsible for birds. Crows are a problem there. Yes, we know about sheep, about how they are responsible for damage. And when we saw this as a challenge, this is not really a problem when it seemed at first glance. I'm convinced that we will be able to, when we learn how to coexist with wolves, to see it in a different light. Now it has come back, and probably many people will be pleased about wolves. But maybe Mateusz said that wolves are the biggest problem for him. How would you like to respond to him? The first thing is to tell him that I really sincerely believe you and that I respect this statement. He sees this as a problem. And if we approach this in this light, we will be able to address and resolve the situation. Yet we need to be frank about solutions. Some would like to see that we simply remove wolves. Some would take things in their own hands. Some would respect legislation. But ultimately, there are many challenges. I have one interesting example: wolves, bears, and birds. At Štarijsko Blato, we had problems with vultures. And mountain lovers said that they are not able to prove that bears ate sheep, because what happens is that these vultures and hawks eat it so fast, and then you cannot even calculate the damage, because these hawks eat it so fast. And we had huge problems. We are Martin Krpans, so we had this character from Slovenian literature, by heart and soul. This is a well-known bird-watching destination, and we had volunteers who would be engaging bird watchings and watching the sheep so that bears wouldn't kill them. But this was not seen as a solution. It seems there was something else, a gray zone. But I'm convinced that solutions are there. not just whether we have wolves or bears. I know that they are. I know that just fences or others are not a solution for hills and mountains, but probably we have other solutions. To be creative, to reflect, to respect one another, and this will probably present some answers as well. Thank you. Our third bubble, director of this hotel, he represents an economic entity. He also lives here. He markets this story of Bohinj. Andrzej Czokl, I think we saw you in the movie, right? Please take on the mic. How do you see this connection between tourism, nature conservation, and agriculture? Will you be the first destination in Slovenia to buy products from farmers and respect this? Because this is a no-go in Slovenia. We have big stories, but I see this in a different way. It's quite difficult for entrepreneurial reasons to organize this. How will you approach this? How will you respond to my provocation? First, I've been thinking about the whole day about this wolf. I'm a mechanical engineer, and I also reflect on solutions. Many experts spoke and addressed wolves, and then the bird specialist, I'm a mechanical engineer, and I can say that I see how we could address these wolves to be vegans in line with fashion trends. Wolves as vegans. This solves everything. Sheep, problems for farmers, and you can also be involved in wolf watching without any barriers. But to address your provocation, I really don't know. Are we the first in Bohinj who are trying? You mean, I think Bohinj as a destination, not just your establishment. I know. Maybe Branko will provide an answer, or maybe others. I can only compliment this cooperation. Guests value and appreciate this very much, especially if they have time and means that we present this to them. They are very pleased that food comes directly from this. I can also speak from the experiences of guests, foreign guests. I need to say that we have 90% of foreign guests, just 10% are local guests. In Corona, it was quite the opposite during the COVID epidemics. Locally, 100 kilometers, if you tell them, if they come from just 200 kilometers, and you have dairy or home product, this is unimaginable. So it's so close, just a few miles. Maybe we are not the first one for destinations. Klemen will provide you with an answer. But Bohinj has been focusing a lot. We have many pilot projects, and they are quite successful indeed. What is the key challenge here for you? This linked connection between agriculture, tourism, and nature conservation. We will touch upon nature conservation later after this joke with the wolves. What should be improved, in your opinion? Maybe demand. We manage a small hotel, 18 rooms, 36 people. We don't have any problems in meeting their needs, but if we have the biggest hotel in Bohinj, and when we have many different people, they eat one plate, and some have food that has several plates, and they take food out of the establishment, and it's very difficult to have enough quantity for them. And we will have to have a system that we will communicate our needs, and agriculture could respond better, to be organized in such a way that they will satisfy all the needs. Here is the challenge for us, to satisfy demand for big establishments such as our hotel or a hotel near the lake. Green tourism, it's quite generic as a concept. Waste, carbon footprint, etc. I haven't yet seen that somebody would raise this contribution of tourism to biodiversity. Definitely outdoor days in nature. Could you offer this as well? Very bright meadows, different habitat types nearby. Could you also have different excursions? Are you already organizing such excursions? Yes, there have been some activities in this field already. I believe this is one of the most important things, because nature is the first thing that I believe Bohinj brings to people. This is the first thing that comes to mind. When it comes to Bohinj, I could enumerate 10 products in terms of infrastructure that our guests could enjoy, but then it ends. Nature is first, wonderful setting of the Striglaf National Park and Natura 2000. So beautiful nature with one concept, and it is in our interest to remain beautiful. This coexistence with nature should be preserved. If we speak about this, then the local population should not be overlooked. We have 84% of people who are local people, not 100 kilometers away, other hand of Slovenia, but locally from this community. We get first-hand information. Crowds in shops, they have to be in queues for 1 hour in the summer because of traffic jams. Hence, we need to regulate the balance, raising added value and to strike the right balance so that quality is higher and then coexistence is better for all stakeholders. Thank you. Last but not least, Mr. Fedja Pobegajlo, Director of the Chamber of Tourism and Catering of Slovenia. How about you? You try for Slovenia to become an attractive tourist destination. Be it the state, be it the Slovene Tourist Board, we know what we are talking about. But do we know what are 2 steps ahead? Where is the direction that we are headed to? Higher quality? Will we be able to reach this boutique tourism, or will we be overflooded with mass tourism? Good afternoon. First, thank you for inviting me. Thank you all in the hotel for great hospitality. First, what are the guidelines? What is the strategy by 2028? We know what is our focus, but then theory and practice, sometimes there is a difference. The direction is the right one, definitely. As for the challenges during the season on a day-to-day basis, I think that we should first do our own homework before we criticize and focus on agriculture, birds and habitats, especially at the level of destinations, to make sure that we better manage tourism and tourist flows. I'm not speaking about all destinations now. We are here, but I'm not saying that because we are here at Bohinj. Here they know how to do it, what to do, and this is a very good example. But there are other big tourism destinations where they have problems. I think they could better manage tourist flows during the season. They could take different measures that maybe at first glance will not be liked by all tourists, because you need to regulate traffic, visits, etc. But there was an attempt, a concrete action, this new draft of the Catering Act. Maybe it's a bit delayed, but it still regulates certain things in the sector. I think this is a step in the right direction. On the other hand, especially at the level of destinations, we will need to introduce certain limitations where necessary and when necessary, so that we could have better satisfaction, both guests and the local population. They should not be overlooked in any case. Thank you. This completes our first round, and now round 2, we will seek solutions. Same groups again, same camps. I propose to be as innovative as possible, to have this Freigeist spirit, to be open-minded. We are now starting a new phase of funding, especially EU funding. We have another phase, but solutions are not just that we in Slovenia speak about how to utilize Brussels fund and national funds, but also how about economic solutions, economic links, how to organize tourism and farmers, to connect different regions, what we can do on our own. Yes, of course, public sector, public support, but generally speaking, think outside the box. Who will be the first from this agricultural bubble? Andrei, Mateusz will be the last. Thank you. Look, when listening, I put 4 things in writing. First things, what we really need is to start discussing this farmer living in this area. This should be our basic objective, to reach these farmers, how to get there through agricultural policy measures, to understand farming and to present requirements so that these farmers will survive and remain viable, that children could go on holiday. I'm just exaggerating a bit, but still, it's easiest with digression. We have a lot of money. Secondly, rewards, incentives, agri-environmental measures. I've already mentioned this project. Together with our colleagues from the Nature Conservation Institute, we sat together for a long period of time. We set rewards for those farms who cultivate land and produce things, grassland for animals and animal species. And here we need to reward farms in terms of livestock units. Here we see this to have good rewards. Why? If we just reward in terms of grassland, there are many speculations. We inspect the field, they say, I'm mowing all these hills, but nobody gives me rewards because of good subsidies. They live in the urban area, and this is what is happening. We need to think about this first objective that I have mentioned already. Second content, management plans of protected areas and sites. We heard that we have one document, okay, but believe me, I don't know if anybody here understands this document that would read it, because it's very comprehensive. I think it has more than 1,000 pages, maybe even more, and maybe they don't even understand it in terms of content. Somebody has written it, but how to implement it on the ground? We cover 2 areas, Halose and the river Drava. I would like to have a document with 5 pages max that everybody understands, farmers, Nature Conservation Institute, so that we know what we can do here, when are we prohibited to do something, but not that every service has separate documents and we hide behind this. We need these management plans. Personally, I was involved a lot. This group to prevent flooding of the Drava River. Foreign countries have understandable plans, and everybody who reads it knows what can be done and what cannot be done. But Slovenia has a problem. We need more precise documents. These management plans needs to cover different regions, and not to have just one document for the whole Slovenia. Our institute was involved in this project as well. We helped, yet these documents are too extensive, and then water conservationists or water experts have problems, then we blame other people. And what about third one? Third one, startups. We need support for somebody to start. They need to have a plan, and we need to support this. We have young people, they have enthusiasm, they are trained, they have a degree, but then they don't have this startup capital. And also this is the region which doesn't have enough equity. Statistics is complex, demanding, low income. Here we would need to have a strong startup for farmers to start business, not just in terms of funding. But as we heard already, I know one good example from Italy. My colleagues living in Italy told me that 5 or 10 countries funds everything, analysis, complementary activity. You need to have your own registration to give subsidies, a 5 or 10-year transition period to see whether they will be successful or not, to have this quality on the market. And now that we show different limitations, what you can do, what you cannot do, these are specific proposals. Very well, Andrei. What if in the Alpine region and here close to Ljubljana, do you see an alternative, organic farming, tourism, forestry? This added value, is it viable for small farms? Is this a good story for Haloze, close to the Croatian border? It's quite distant from the big metropolis, so there is a difference compared to Bohinj. What are possibilities there in your region, Haloze? We have good examples, farms 3 to 5 hectares, and yet they are successful. It is possible, they are viable. But it's not a solution for all. Tourism, how you can sell everything in terms of income, to sell this to Ptuj, to dairy, or to drive this to cooperative. No, it's not possible. But through this complementary activity, processing products, tourism, you really can do a lot. Our idea was also why in such areas we don't have 90% of co-funding for processing activities and processing plants, for slaughterhouses or drying meat, processing milk. So the same story, you see the same direction. How about you, Irena? What would you propose? You have the whole list of proposals, certainly. Just give me 3. No, I think I have a similar approach as Andrei. I don't want to repeat. I addressed opportunities, direct sales for complementary activities. But let me just say this, connection with tourism and the problem of some tourist destinations, overcrowding is the problem. My opinion is that Slovenia has a better potential as a destination, and we are not exploiting it enough today. Farmers could help tourism and vice versa. If we did more, so that other activities and sectors get involved in tourism. Our village is a bit special always, and we also think about becoming a destination. We have a Michelin restaurant, many people are coming because of this, and we are thinking about what else to add. We don't have enough overnight stay establishments. This problem of concentrated tourism is something that can be expanded in Slovenia. I know the situation in other countries. This is one of the possibilities. How we could help to have better economic viability for these farms. And these are our opportunities. Everything revolves around people, indeed. Here, I think that we have good options and we should exploit them. Mateusz, how about, in addition to wolves, we have a solution now? Any other proposal on your part, Mateusz? Oh, about tourism, I will start here. What we need to stay this in the rural area. The main destinations, the Bovec, Bohinj, Kobarid, all have problems with this policy. And then we have a local base. We don't want to be Kranjska Gora, which is now just a resort. We don't want to have this in 10 or 15 years. For Bohinj, for Bohinj it's okay, but we have problems. Public transport, I mentioned this already. In our locality, Socha, we need to address this. What else? Feces, so water management system, discharge system, our Socha river. I don't know what to say. This is why people come, because of this Socha river, and we still don't know how to address this in remote places. There are huge challenges in terms of wastewater treatment. And as for wolves, let me just say, to conclude this, because I want to say this, well, many years ago, 300 years ago, there were no wolves in the Alps. And this is when people came to the Trenta Valley. This coexistence, yes, technology makes this possible. It will provide many solutions. But the strategy, how and when, we shouldn't be just a research training field, because this trial and error is a no-go. If we lose sheep, then we have a herd of wolves, and it can be 10, 20, 50, 60, or 70. Maybe it will come 2 or 3 times, and then, you know, this is a huge problem. Then my statement is just 15 kilometers above everything. Thank you, Davorin. We won't discuss wolves, or maybe if you want, just solutions. My personal opinion when it comes to wolves, or maybe you think it's not a good solution, but still, nature conservation appropriates the fact that wolves came, but they came on their own because of the conditions created. You think this is blasphemous, but this is a natural process. And it would be even more difficult to reverse this. I see this to be a huge problem. I agree with Mateusz. It's quite a complex situation. This natural arrival took place within this period of time, within this 30-year period. It would be even more difficult to reverse the trend, even if we start hunting wolves, but it won't be possible, maybe with drones, but hunters won't not be able to address this. But how about solutions for the Triglav National Park, which is a very important institution? What should our Triglav National Park well, what should we do in order to have this good solution for 200 years, now where we have 100 years for transformation? I'm not just discussing nature or the rural areas. When I was joking a bit about this challenge, it can also be a problem, and the biggest problem for the Julian Alps is the decay or the turn in terms of real estate, the shift. Real estate are expensive, abnormally expensive, because of the attraction and interest for this location. The local people no longer are capable of buying real estate to live there. And what is happening now? In some areas, villages, young people move. Not because they wouldn't have work for poor conditions, but they are moving because they don't have a place to live. Real estate is not accessible to them. How about the Austrians and the Swiss people resolve this? I don't know. It's a challenge. I don't know the solution. It's a problem for the all Alpine regions, not just Slovenia, I think. It cannot be resolved, and this is also visible in some Alpine regions. And there are very attractive, vital agricultural or rural landscape areas because of tourism. People moved, and some were relocated. In the Dolomites, I think. It's horrible. The local authorities now adopted legislation for people to have permanent residence, and now they have permanent residents, and these tenants and owners of real estates that, well, they were in fact hired to come at night to put the light on so that they would see that somebody lives there. I think this is no-go. I think that this new act in the pipeline of this government is a good thing, because part of these facilities and responsibility will be devolved to local communities. Renting short-term lease will be limited, and the local communities will extend this or not, given the situation in the field. I think that I understood this correctly, this new proposal. Very well. There is one question which is really more important as to who are Slovenians, who are not. People need to live and stay here. This is another dimension. And nobody wants this. After wolves, so there is another traumatic topic, but I'm happy to see that Tomasz has a solution. how to improve the situation within the Triglav National Park when it comes to nature. I don't really have a solution. However, the status of birds and challenges in the Triglav National Park, and if we speak about tourism, this is one of the biggest challenges. Mass tourism, we know that we don't go to Triglav when there are many visits, and birds know this even more, and they leave these localities. These are peaceful, quiet areas. We will have to respect them to find solutions. I'm convinced it will be a plus for tourism in the end, because tourism also wants to have areas which are donor areas for habitats, species, plants, that you see them, and this also enables long-term survival and existence. Maybe the COVID pandemic learned us. We will go to the valley where I will be alone, I won't see anyone. Yet what is the problem of scaring people off or scaring off birds? It doesn't really matter. One person is enough. Even if we have 100 or 300 people, it's quite the same. But let's respect these paths, quiet zones. The Slovenians have many problems. You need to know. You need to know and respect about these quiet zones. I think that the Triglav National Park can be a pioneer in Slovenia. We are the only ones with legislative basis, with a management plan to prohibit movement within this forest reserve with this strict regime in place. These are the challenges, but I think this is also a solution, respect. Yet we need to be fair, and we all need to approach this together. Me as an ornithologist, I also need to observe these quiet zones. This is a no-go zone. We need to be fair. I think what matters always to see this package solution. I hear a lot about these limitations within the Natura 2000 site, and farmers have many burdens, but I never heard that Europe, which is horrible, also brings this first pillar. We are happy about this, but the second pillar is something that we don't like. So we have to have this package solution. We have pluses and minuses for everything, as it is the case with every individual. We have pluses and minuses, and the whole solution is there. As for agriculture, I see more problems, especially how to motivate and encourage, because ornithologists also want to promote agriculture in this mountainous area. Hence, ornithologists are also interested in the problem of wolves. A specific example, there is one species that is dependent on agriculture. Literally, we have the same correlation of birds and sheep. There was one example in Bohinj, near Kobla. And then there are some bird species in the past which we no longer have. And now, if we want to restore these areas, ornithologists will have to address this problem. But this partridge, so this bird species and this correlation, luckily in mountainous areas, we don't have so many negative impacts. Positive impacts prevail, which is a good thing. When it comes to birds, I think it could also be very much linked to tourism. The way I know Western Europe, we have partridges and other bird species that Europe doesn't have, but we have all these bird species here in our valleys. And we only need to present this to our guests, that we have these rare species here. And if I like cocks, then I know that they are here. I won't see it. The English people now have a great campaign. If I like cocks, I will stay at home. And this really matters. So this love for roosters, for discovery. Jelovica, on average, they have free visits because of photographers and others, although this is quiet zone. And then farmers are to blame. No, not really. They are not responsible for that. I don't think that foresters are the problem as well. Roosters, many problems, how to manage habitats. This is just one of the challenges. But it's such a comprehensive topic and we don't have time. Hotel management. How about your solutions for this hotel to be even better, although it is already great? Difficult to say. I think it is very important that the local environment and this pillar of local population, at least in the medium term, meet, because we can have gold hotels with superb views, yet if we don't have people who want to live and work here, nothing helps. It amounts to nothing. Tourism amounts to people, it equals people, and people who come here want to have this contact. Of course, good culinary things matter as well, and that you're not afraid to be eaten by wolves. But this contact with people, this attitude, the knowledge of culture, landscape, etc., this is number one. Only with cooperation with all the stakeholders in the medium term, we will have this mass of tourists who will be converted in the right direction to bring satisfaction in the medium term, and in the long run everyone will benefit. If not, nobody would live here. Local people, and then we will just have an amusement park, and this is something that we don't want. Mr. Fedia, you are the last one. This is curse maybe? Oh, I'm used to it, to be last. So this Bohinj, agriculture, tourism, nature conservationists, do you think this is a good story, holding a lot of promise? Certainly. What Barbara said, also the Slovenian and international associations say that we restored pre-COVID numbers. Why? Because we offer nature, we offer activities, we offer healthy and green, not mass tourism. And during the COVID or after COVID, people want that the most. And this is why they came back to Slovenia. I think she failed to mention this. Last year was also a record year for tourism from abroad, 3 billion, which is quite good. This only shows that tourism is back, it is growing. And another thing, tourism growth is happening, although we have a decline in aviation sector. We lost our national carrier and 1/3 of flights were cancelled. Despite this, we are still optimistic for the future in the tourism sector. As for protected areas, as we heard already, the greatest possible cooperation and listening to one another. This is the only way to go. As for some trends, Slovenia is a small country. We will not be able to hold these trends. We can just mitigate them. What am I trying to say? Real estate in Kitzbühel is more expensive compared to Vienna. The Germans are quite close. There is a huge interest in some hotels in Kitzbühel. 70% of employees come from Germany. They are German. But let's think about our other things, our problems. We should preserve this and reflect on it and develop these protected areas as well. Thank you so much. I fulfilled my mission to be short and interesting, yet now we still have a possibility to open the debate. Would you like to put some questions to our panelists? I see a hand raised. Tell me that we were not serious enough, because these are serious topics. Thank you. Rok Haulicek, the Environment Agency. I'm offering to you one of possible solutions. our environment agency will now set up the information system Naravoteka Slovenia. You discussed a lot about how to communicate between different sectors, but let me tell you what is also very important, the awareness that database infrastructure is very important as well. Certain measures should be based on facts to have good data about the state of play, and only based on this can we take appropriate measures. Andrei, you mentioned the management plan for Natura 2000. This is a comprehensive document. Please liaise with us because we are preparing IT solutions for that to make your life easier, not only your life, but also the life of others, all who are responsible for these sites, because we want to come up with products that will make our life easier. Agriculture, tourism, especially nature conservation. So much from me. Can I put one direct question? Is there a map of flood-prone areas in Slovenia? The Minister of Agriculture can use this for less favored areas where we have the most frequent floods. I will ask my colleague next to me, because we were members of one working group and they told us that Slovenia doesn't have this. If you have this, we would be very happy. So please. My name is Primož Kogovšek, also from this environment agency. Unfortunately, I don't know the answer now, but I will respond to you that there is no such thing. Well, the agency is not really responsible for this. The water agency is responsible for charting and making these maps. It's quite difficult to forecast for each square centimeter whether this will be flooded or not. There are many unknowns, and also we have climate change. Without this, we wouldn't have such floods as we had last year. This is unprecedented. Never before our government thought about relocating certain areas and relocating people. Before this was not the case, but now we will relocate people because of these floods. We don't have such perfect maps, but I would like to promise that maybe we would have better maps. But we have some rough estimates and some solutions, but probably you know about that already. Thank you. There are some questions from the audience and they are projected on the screen. Is there a system intersectoral data exchange between all three areas and sectors? I don't think so, but does anybody know about this intersectorial data exchange? I think that now we are trying to link this, environmental and all others, because now we will have strategic planning. FEDIA. No, systemically, we don't have this data exchange. When needed and if needed, we also cooperate with some other sectors or ministries. The Ministry of Infrastructure, especially because of flight connections and energy prices. So given the situation, but systemically, we don't have this link now. Second question. Graphs of the status and habitat types. The Nature Conservation Institute presented this, but I missed the information about the high quality. What was the basis for this analysis? Can you comment? I can just respond. Is it up to date? We prepared a document and we have a detailed description. Anybody who is interested, we can arrange and we will send you the document, this original document. And I also use this as the source. I copied these graphs and results for my presentation. Tomasz? Very important question. Those who are not experts ask whether we have some data to back this, especially for birds. How can you count birds? We have to say that we have qualification target types that are monitored annually. We have the method, and every year we show the trend for every surface. These are not absolute numbers, but trends and relative numbers. The biggest frequency, I think, is a 5-year period for the types that are simple to watch and observe, but the data is up-to-date, target-oriented, and we monitor many species. So a thesis of my friends who said that you do it because you are better paid, and the worse the situation, more funding you get. We heard this before lunch. One of the presenters said this. I am awake 40 nights to get my salary, then you would understand. But it is a problem. These are experts, but we don't have a contact. Those who are not experts, who are not ornithologists, let's discuss more to understand one another and ask directly, not have these hypotheses. I didn't know, but now I said that I will join you. But we often hear this at farms, hence I had to put this question, which might be bizarre. And these are dangerous things. If we don't believe the data about the seriousness of these people, then it's better to close the shop and to go into Trump, Orban, and populism stories, not to mention our populists. It's very important, as we said, this trust in terms of understanding the problems of farmers. Let's not just discuss within your own circle and plot, but ask. Of course, we need to understand the other side. Farmers have difficulties, problems with income. They don't have future generations, successors. And then another questions, which we don't see on the screen, says the moderator. Oh, we have one question from the audience, it seems. I've been listening to this consultation for the whole day, a well-organized event, but what I'm bothered by is this. We speak about CAP measures, nature protection measures. I don't know whether you know, but farmers who applied for this CAP last March got the funding very late. This year, in spring, and all the payments will be by the end of June this year. So this is one of the problems that nobody addressed, and it's only good that this is heard, because crediting of farmers in advance within our agriculture service at the beginning of the campaign, it gave us a lot of headaches on how to understand and explain intervention measures for this year. Thank you. I think that we exhausted. Brane, will you take the helm or should I wrap up our conference? I will conclude. I will bring a lot of joy to you. For the whole day I made notes, but in fact the panelists said it all. Connection between different expert fields to understand one another, because we speak our own language, use our own paradigms, using the data, seeking common solutions, networking, finding economic solutions as well. Well-thought policies to be more specific, new technologies, new approaches, and of course to focus on the people. It should be people-centered. This is what we heard from the morning until now. I don't think there is much to add. If you want, I could have this reflection exercise, but I think we had a whole day. It is enough. Everybody has our own memories and stories, but I have to say that I'm fascinated for our Director General to bear with us for the whole day. Wolfgang Butcher, thank you for being with us for such a long period of time. Chapeau. For 40 years, I've been working with politicians, and you know how it is modern. If you send someone to quickly say something and just come and leave, saying, I'm so important, I have to leave you. But today, our Director General for Agriculture Director was listening about the Slovenian story. It is even more important for Slovenia than free government sessions. So really, thank you for that. A round of applause for our Director General. And now you got rid of me, so thank you for your attention. Thank you, Emil. And I can speak the same for Peter Schmidt. He took the time and effort to come from Brussels to Slovenia. He's a very influential person when it comes to the NGO sector. and he really grasped the Slovenian story. Later or earlier, he was very pleased and satisfied about what he has heard today. So a round of applause for him as well. Thank you, Wolfgang. Thank you, Peter. Those of us over 60 learn quite fast. Next year, what is our lesson learned? 1 speaker, 2 panels, a movie, lunch, and off, and we go. So thank you and all the best.